problem there, folks. Welcome and welcome back. I'm XVII and we are going back to a new day of experimental organic rigging, and this case melt rigging with expressive consequence. That is what we expect to do. Like we are trying to reproduce 2D mount shapes such as been told. Let's see. Yes, stuff like that. Yeah, and that will be very. It's very difficult to get it in spline skinning. At least the way I'm doing. Maybe I should be experimenting on an easier model, just to get to know what really happens or not as proof of concept. Currently I'm struggling with a grand variety of problematics, so this makes it quite complicated. However, if we ignore, I'm just able to progress here because I'm able to get separated in abstract way, right? Certain aspects of the carrot, like the mouth interior, maybe this could be for later, so why I'm trying to do it at the same time, you know. Oh, maybe the muzzle, this area of the mouth is not. So currently we are sort of getting interesting. After I solved this thing here, after I made this jaw rig, things started to get more interesting, even for the mouth shapes, because I have automatic developments there. Of course, this is very crude still. It works by some luck, by chin parts, things. Yeah, so there's still stuff to investigate, but the idea here about the jaws, the arcades, is kind of funny. I think this has tons of potential. Sorry, but then I'm starting to have the possibility also, after I've developed the splines for the that control the lips profile bony-bone splines. We don't see it now. I started also to have better controls of the mouth, certainly in 2D, like in a frontal view, but also in this sense, right? So I've made lots of adjustments to the control rig, which actually started suddenly to have these strange interesting possibilities that suddenly started to appear. Okay, so, but it's not clear yet how far this can go without some deep interference. So for example, the first thing that I need to assess here, to retake or to develop, is the gradual shrink wrap bone constraints for the lips themselves. So what we want to do here, we don't want the lips to shrink wrap to something that, yeah. Also, I've remade the muzzle ghost mesh, so I just made a selection here of some area, then I duplicate, then I separate this to a new mesh, and then I joined that new mesh to the what I already had, so I joined with, so I didn't have to recreate the mesh object, so it just bring on, because this was the active, my original muzzle ghost, which is actually this stuff. Since it was this stuff, right? So it doesn't have a mouth hole, so this helps in shrink wrapping the mesh over it. The scale, the scale, I'm not sure it is currently matching the original. It also has an armature modifier. Then it starts to get some sort of infinite loop as I because of certain, just because of some vertex groups and because of the shrink wrapping. So there's some crazy thing going on, so I had to take off some of the vertex groups, and then it got it stopped happening. So here I don't think there is some. Oh, actually we can also instead, this is new. I have another object. This means I can. One of the problem of this thing is that this was shrink wrapping to the body, right? So sometimes it disconnected to the, yeah, you see it doesn't cross it, but then it sometimes it wanted to snap to the lips, and then so what we can do here, something I haven't thought of that because I have this other mesh object. We can probably, so it's the mouth interior. Actually this one, it doesn't need, also because now I have a dynamic muzzle, it deforms like as the real thing. I need to check that if that's true, but this is an idea from Universal Sonic Mouth Rig from Kamal, so that's this documentation here. Let's just show it. Universal, I'm not copying again, I'm just I'm copying some concepts, but I'm not trying to reproduce it entirely. He used 3 meshes. There's great concepts here, so very recommended, but I wasn't able to reproduce it yet. It would require myself to get through. The tutorial is not it's very short, right? So but that's well documented, but it could be better, I think, if this is all there is. There's a file too, so that's great. So I checked the file, and indeed it's really interesting. But I'm trying to make, so this will be the sort of equivalent to the ghost that I have. So this idea is conventional, people know this is useful for control rig, except in this time it is used for shrink wrapping, not bones, but maybe bones also, but especially the mesh itself is, and so this is interesting, right? And then we but we can use for control rig also. And he makes these deforms with the same deformed bones of the original face, at least some of them, the ones that shape the muzzle. The bones that deform the mouth, they don't need to have any waves here, because in this mesh object, because there's no mouth here, right? So that's pretty clever. I didn't know we could shape simultaneously this with that by posing like a deforming ghost mesh objects in real time. So, but this can cause some, I don't know if we could call that dependency loop. Yes, if we choose the wrong vertex groups for that deformed vertex group. So, but yeah, so we can. It's interesting. So currently it seems to be deformable, and with not these things happen. So I'm going to do something here before I forget. So we have, now this is not the object which shrink wraps, sorry, it's the, you want the mouth interior. It needs to be selectable. It has a shrink wrap modifier. It's targeting only certain vertex groups, which are they are in a range of, okay, we don't see all of them, but there's this. This is wave painted in a very specific way, so a gradation. You see, so maybe this is not the right thing. So I need to investigate that. But for now, this is working. It means that these ones, the last ones, they get snap to something that is actually oh, I got an idea here. Ah, I've made an extra object there. You see there's a face loop, right? It will be mount interconnect, but I did that because I didn't have the mesh ghost yet, so perhaps you can just substitute, because what I was about to do was to have the idea that this is shrink wrapping to the object. Ah, so this is a new concept I'm getting here, folks. Never thought about this. Well, I thought here, but not. I wasn't being too theoretical about it, just practical. So the problem with shrink wrapping is that the mesh that is shrink wrapping, although we can target the mesh, the shrink wrapping the mesh which shrink wraps with the vertex group. So I made those vertex group there, but the object target, which is here, it's the entire object. It's the entire mesh of the object, whatever it is, wherever it is in the world space. So it doesn't target here. We can choose a target to be shrink wrapped to. Yeah, so you got the idea. So we have only target for the owner object, mesh object, not for the target mesh object. And this is unfortunate, unless maybe this. No, I think this. No, this only selects that this cannot be. But we could try to cheat Blender. For example, if I had the same name here for. I don't think this would makes much sense, but maybe there's a bug or an inconsistency in Blender where if we had the same vertex group here name for another object, then it will recognize it, but it makes no sense. This is mapped through a line of dot, line of a rational line, so this is not in the world of Blender. This is, let's say, inside the collection of, yeah, so it's probably like a file path. So otherwise it could never have the same name twice in two different mesh objects. So I think I'm not even gonna test this. Yeah, it's not, it probably will not work because of this. It's just like as bones, you target a bone. Yes, you can have bones with the same name, provided they are from different armature objects, right, folks? So if you target a bone with the name bone, well, you target that bone on the path already that inside an armature object X and not an armature object Y. So that's yeah, this probably is not gonna work. So maybe I test this just to curious, but not important now. So what I found out right now is that we can actually sort of have a system to get this is not perfect, certainly this is can fail, but yeah, so by making a separate mesh object to shrink wrap just an area of the original mesh, which is the, not this one, I mean the, where is the body? Okay, so we got the body, then we got the mouth ghost, and we have that mouth interior connector, which is just a face loop that mimics that mesh of the face, but actually it's more close to the ghost mesh. So I haven't thought of just connecting this to the, for example, so it's the connector, but I could go to the ghost, right? Why not? Actually not that, sorry. This, maybe it would be, so what it do is that it will shrink wrap behind, always behind, so we can see this in real time here, folks. You see, it will, I never thought about this, because now I have a, yeah, this has no lips, and let's see how it behaves. Yeah, much better, I think. Sometimes it can get crazy, but the idea is that, yeah, sometimes there may be some, It works better, folks, so maybe I don't need this, although the idea was quite ingenious, because it will focus sort of, so I think I'm gonna delete that. That's it. This is junked, because this is a very cool idea for future. Let me note that, because I think I'll have use for that. So that means that we can have shrink wrap, like shrink wrap part of yeah. So target vertex group. This is of course not exactly this. Make fake target vertex group for shrink wrap modifier by creating a duplicate mesh which only contains the assumed vertex group target. Examples that what is mount interior connector, how to say, what was the name, face loop, yeah, that we did. Around the lip, around the mouth, but inside, but behind, yeah, but behind the face, the muzzle. And that new that X between mesh object was rigged to the face with another shrink wrap modifier itself inside, positive. I think that's it. But yeah, but this rig could be achieved differently. Yeah. Yeah, this is for the mesh following. Anyways, okay, folks, let's go back here. So the system here, I need to develop. This. Yeah, there's no need to make. Yeah, at some point we need to see the distance. What is limiting the? Yeah, the bone keeps going. That's fine. But we limit scale, right? We can also do this, so it's kind of funny. And also this. So this is pretty funny, right? This rig is kind of original. Of course, I got the idea from others, but yeah, this is original stuff I just got here. It was intuitive, right, to start working with, and this can alien stuff, right? Do alien stuff and retract and protrude. So what's the opposite of protrude in English? So retrude? No. Antonym of protrude. Retract. Sunken in. Cave in, contract, shrink, depress, sink. I was expecting a more scientific name, right? So retrude, extrude, intrude. Okay, so let's get something. I know in geology there is they use terms of something similar to protrude. Now I forgot. Yeah, I'll have to revise the content. Anyways, has to do with layering of layers of stones and other materials, geologic materials. So over time. Okay, so enough play with that. We need to, so we see that this helps in maintaining that mesh away from the interpenetration, but we can improve that actually, folks. Maybe I can think that perhaps we can get, why not, a few more waves there. So for example, it's a bit difficult because, yeah, currently the vertex group is here, but it doesn't include, yeah, so let's try to pick this. So it's one, I know this won't match exactly, maybe not, maybe it will, but 1, 2, 3, 4, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? Wave paint mode, then we protect, okay. We can blur this thing here. Maybe this object is in the front. Maybe I'm missing something for, no, it's locked, okay, just unlock here. And okay, the other is blurred already, so it just takes that reference. So here the blurring will be probably a bit stronger, I think, because no, it will be equivalent. It is, even if the mask is locked or hidden, the mesh that is protected, the blur will mathematically know, right, what's next. So here, if this was red, the blurring would be much stronger because it recognized, even if this mesh was hidden, like here, it would still understand it's the, so this very clever, this very interesting thing we can do. Here we don't have a problem by blurring this a lot because I just perhaps don't want to take this one because this will already be for the teeth. This will deform the teeth, which could be convenient, but I think it's a bit unnatural, so let's not risk it. So here for the gums, the beginning, the base of the gums, this should be okay. And I know these gums are a bit strange, but yeah, this is cartoon stuff, so this is stylization, right? So now we've made this development on the shrink wrap connector, yeah, and then, but it, yeah, now I just changed the target. You see, this is much better, I think, especially for that area. I expect better results in this, yes, how this mesh will react. So apparently we're getting better results here. Hold on, body. Of course, they're not expected to do this, but yeah, okay. So this scaling, of course, is has complications. We need to find out ways to make this more adequately cartoonic. But the good thing is that we can have by just, yeah, we can hide those things. There's not, no, I mean, we can, no, this is not moving in sync. What's happening there? Global, okay, original origins. Okay, so this is moving sync, but it wasn't supposed to do that. This, you see, it's not as good as doing this. And this, okay, this is a bit hard to tell, but the way I've oriented these things, yeah, so we have to get better controllers for these slips. Okay, it's true, we can shape lots of expressions, but they are not cartoony in the way I want, according to the reference I was telling. So but it's fun. It's still okay. Then there is this scaling here, limit scale. I've been delaying this for too long, folks. So let's just try to fix it. I have a limit scale here already. So first we have the okay. So I have a copy scale. So this will copy the scale of. Wait, what is copy scale of? Arcade. Oh no, this is for this and this. Never mind, folks. What we have is the limit scale must be on the y-axis, right? Because the stretch 2, and this stretching actually don't really affect the too much those things I've checked. So it's really something we need a limit to the y scaling, right? Because it's stretching 2. If we didn't have the stretch 2, what will happen here in my, I believe it's just this won't do nothing. Let's see, maybe I'm having some sort of illusion here. We hide the body. Yeah, so you see it doesn't protrude or retrude, it's just, yeah, so this is why the stretch 2, also it was good for the idea, it still rotates, but it's because of the dumped track that are here, and it is constrained to the, it is parented right to this. So anyways, we need to limit the scale negatively. We don't want the y to scale that much, maybe, and also not too much. So of course those limits are bad if on all sorts of deforms, but we can turn that off occasionally. What is good to solve right now, I believe, is that we don't want to be having this kind of interpenetration every time we rotate, and I still have to find a way to rotate this bone or to move the jaw in a way that is like circular. This is very basic, like, but because of the constraints I've placed here, I'm having a hierarchy difficulty to get probably the solution for the easy rotation. Will have to have a master bones here that will be controller bones that will actually pose this from that position. I could use perhaps a pivot thing, but yeah, but I don't want to constrain these bones, because if I do that, they will be, yeah, I wouldn't be able to do that. So again, I'm procrastinating, so let's get the limit scale, which is at the end. So okay, it's a limit scale that should be, yes, we could develop for everything. I already have, right, but it's not good enough. So the minimum, maybe it's too large, too small number variations, so according to scale. So maybe this could be slighter, right? So this we can, okay, so here maybe we want to do something cool here, just get the mirror modifier off for a while. Now we can have this side view, and this will probably help. So okay, the scale still goes very, the Y scale of, no, it was this bone, sorry folks. Okay, so this is too little, yeah, right, so we need more limit scale. And if we get limit scale of local space, yeah, absolutely. Why it is scaling down? Is it because of the bendy bone, the stretch 2? I think the stretch 2 has, oh yeah, because of the stretch 2, of course. So actually we need to, so the stretch 2 is actually causing instantaneous deform. So maybe, no, that is bizarre, because because it's already stretched. The rest position is the same, folks. See, there's no problem here. So okay, it's just that the rest, okay, we can immediately check this. Okay, see, the stretch 2 doesn't change the rest position to rest pose. The mesh stays the same. So it's not the stretch 2. It's just that maybe I got wrong assessment. Okay, so limit scale, you see now that the teeth, they don't retract too much, but they still protrude. So this was a good limit scale. I think I just got wrong with the, yeah, I don't know, maybe I was picking the wrong bone, but now we see that this works. Maybe we would like a little more for this retraction. Let's see. Yes, because we have to assess these, some other, we have to assess interpenetrations also here on the side. So because I want to have it automated, let's see, pick this. Yeah, for this of course I can develop by character design things. So yes, maybe we want this to retract a little more. Of course you can deform the shape, but ideally we would like to have non-interpenetrations here. So let's do something here like minimum scale. Now it's not, it shouldn't be scaling down at all. So let's change this. Of course this is very bad for health. Let's see how much it is going back. Yeah, we see this because the fact that this mesh is not regular, human beings are not supposed to do that too, and the character design, you see from the eye, is not very circular. It's too, yeah, we need, maybe this is something I want to retake. I remember when this is very hard to find out the best. Yeah, probably I can retake this character design here from a view like that. So this is not for right now. So, but I know this can get at least slightly more circular, round. So we have lesser problems with that. But for now, I think 0.8 seem to be good. Let's so get this limit scale to, and the maximum already we want to see here. Maybe we can get something like here. Unfortunately we cannot check the transform, so it is very annoying. We don't see, and we don't see because here because I'm not scaling. This is just a movement. So the maximum could be a little, yeah, why not? Let's see. It starts here. Yeah, it can go a bit here, maybe a little more because the alright, so let's reduce slightly. Okay, let's do this, and for that let's reduce here. Let's see now. Yeah, this sounds adequate, although there's still some slight interpenetrations. This can work for most cases. Maybe we get some attempt here like halfway could be alright, this sounds safe. And then this, maybe this is too much. Let's see. Yeah, maybe it's too much also, so let's get something like halfway. $85, 0.85. Let's see now. Okay, I think this is good. Then let's try this one. Yeah, this is a lot, so according to what we wanted, something about here. So here it is, we got the minimum. Let's just copy paste these values for now. We know the others are very wrong anyways. So let's see. Okay, this one is a good distance, although it could be more, slightly more for this case. And for back, maybe it's too much. Yeah, maybe for back it's perhaps too much, so let's change this. Let's get it minimum a little more, like not 0.9. Now I think it could go. Well, for the sides it seems to be fine, but I want to see in relation to the bolts. Yeah, it seems slightly, if we reset the poles, they are a bit closer, the occlusion. So it's just a minimal detail, but since we can solve that, there's a perfect adaptation, of course, I think so. But they don't scale like exactly. The mesh scales differently, as we saw. So 8.8 whatever. Now it sounds good. Okay, so and then for here shouldn't be a problem. Okay, then finally just the. So I knew this would take a bit of time, but it's interesting. Then for the front, we wanted slightly more, so we get like, what about this? Now this is too much, so we can, what about 1.1? Too much. Okay, it's a maximum, so we can work like that, right? So 0.08. These sounds maybe a little less. 7. Then when we do this, okay, that this is expected, especially for the maybe 6, right? Yeah, we never tried this, or have we? Well, I think even this we haven't tried. Okay, let's leave it 1.06. Although now what happens that if you have some fancy melt expression, we might be limited to. Okay, now they move in sync. I was doing something like that, so. But if we do this, now it's better. Yeah, so if I have a different mouth poles, maybe they won't follow the teeth. I won't be able to protrude the arcades to reach for the lips if the mouth is too like, I don't know, something like that. Then we won't be able to bring this forward unless, and this could create strange conditions. Let's see, unless we took off. So let's create a new mechanism here for this. So these are the control bones. I'm gonna add a bone here and same here. Now I'm gonna add a bone here. So these are we're gonna align these bones with this, actually this one with this and this one with this. These are mechanism bones that will be only used to, but I cannot parent them, I believe. We could just have a copy location, because if we parent, I think, so this will be sort of, wait, hold on, maybe I can do something else. Maybe this would be the control bones and then this become mechanism bones, right? So this is possible. Okay, let's try. I'm saving here because I'm gonna let's save on a new file because this is not ghost. We're going next. I don't remember the topic, so this we go. We give so these bones, they need to have mechanisms for that. That means we might, if we, what is the idea again? Rotating the jaw using this arc here, the perfect arc. So alright folks, so let's see. Currently this is parented to the head bone, and that one also I think is parented to, no, this is the, it's parented to what? The deformed bone is here, this is the, no, it's parented to something else which I do not see. Oh no, this is the child. Okay, it has no parent, but so mistake here. So let's parent it here. I hope this doesn't create some destruction. So now it happens that these bones, they can, okay, they can't have controls, but I see, we don't need to do this parent, folks. We can parent both of these to the head bone, the front head, which is the main for those things, right? So far nothing new, right? But these things have pivoting points. So what we do is that we pick these actually, which are there's no parent to them, and we parent each one to this stuff here. I'm the only one watching. Welcome, Dennis Spap. Yes, no, this is okay. These are very long experimental streaming. No problem. Don't worry. I'm doing this for production purpose. So it's not about how many people are watching. Don't worry about that. I know how that feels. Thanks for being around, and also if you have any question or can start a conversation here. This is more for some so here we are making this organic rigging mount with spline skinny. Of course we don't see here the splines, but bendy bones everywhere, right? Yes, but at that point I was just remaking some jaw stuff, so arcades rigging stuff, and some mechanisms here that I have. You see I moved these bones here. I cannot have the arc because I need some way to give these bones an arc. They are floating in space. So I'm creating extra bones which are actually their parent, and they have the same starting pivot here, but they are free. They cannot manipulate these bones because these bones are constrained and parented to, they are constrained to this. So this allows, so for example this has a copy rotation damped track, so even if I parent this to this, it won't give. So I cannot split what constraint or control this, but I can still give these bones some arcing features, and now I think I've got the way to do it. So it will be like that. So these bones, although they start on that position, they actually do not control the, so technically it would be as if I were posing so if I want to rotate, okay. The cool thing about these ones is that they seem to be easier to, maybe I don't need these ones, therefore maybe what I need is to have them, although they were cool, but maybe this is better. So what we have is, for example, if I get them this position and this position, they are here, but alright, we can manipulate the whole draw with that. Okay, the same thing, but there is I can displace, so this is not the idea of displace, although we can do that. Yeah, this is more for, oh, I'm not doing it because of, alright, this could be where the parenting here could be useful. Let's see, because if I get the jaw alone here, for example, yes, I can displace. So the parenting offset at least would help in doing this. So yes, parenting is not useless. I could use that. Then I could use, instead of the, I could target the tail. Instead of targeting this, I could target the tail with whatever thing there is here. Maybe this dump track will be not, and then I can scale like that, but it's not the same mechanism, because on pose mode the bone don't have a tail or a head, so this bone actually still has, it's easier to do this and this. Yeah, so we cannot get rid of those bones, but we probably can. Yeah, so I see. So I think this is good, although sounds started to get a bit confusing because of the, yeah, they are, yeah, I don't like the confusion, but at least, so can change this. This will be more like mechanism bones instead. Let's see, get control mechanism. Yes, then these become main, and if I hide them, we see the mechanism here, which can still move here, but we can not copy transforms because they are constrained in different ways, but at least copy location, or just parent offset here. Okay, so get this organization. So as I pose the main ones, we get this and this. We shouldn't be able to move the other ones, so maybe we should just lock their posing for now. These on pose mode. That, alright, so now it's equivalent to some copy transforms, and on replace. So if I get here, I see that there is this displacement, so because these bones are just parent offset, but actually we can give a parent connected. I haven't thought about this idea. I think this will work. So now, no, I cannot, yeah, so cannot grow them, even though there are no bone constraints here. Child of master arcade, no, this is something else. So no copy that way won't work. So connected targeting won't work, so you need to. I think I made the wrong targeting. Let's do this like that. Keep offset. I think these bones are in a wrong layer also. These particular bones are for the eyes rig. I've just noticed that. No, there's a deformed layer. Okay, so. And they are stacking here. I have duplicates. Yes, I have duplicates, so this is called deaf eyelids border. No. I think I see. This is crazy. What's happening there? Deaf eyelids border there. Deaf head eyelids border. I don't get it. I think something in Blender. Oh no, yes, that's it. They were in the wrong layer. So let's put that on deform. Def. All right, solved. So now the jaw, the arcades and jaws, whatever. So what we do here now looks like we need to get this one. So now these are they are parted. This is correct, but on pose mode it doesn't have this freedom, so just disconnect bone, and here disconnect bone. Okay, so now we have this, but the problem is when I move these don't they don't actually move together, so it's not like the green one. So, but at least we can do this. But if we were to make the other follow, at least we can have this perfect rotation here. So maybe what I could do, I need to avoid this displacement here, because I cannot do something from. It's complicated. So how can I get? Okay, these are parted to head. So if I get them constrained to follow this immediately, this means that I will not be able to stack these transforms unless there would be some sort of how to say thing that is before original, a mixed mode. Let's see. Is there anything that can do that? Maybe okay, so this will ruin. This doesn't have mixed mode. Copy location, no. This will copy rotation, no. This moves in location, so this is a rotation thing. So stretch 2 also doesn't have a transformation on constraint. Would be the case, but it would be complicated to set, so I don't think so. Let's try. Yeah, this won't work, of course, but so it's not. What if we invert the parenting? Or instead of a parenting, let's try, instead of a parent, just a copy. Okay, so this is the parenting effect. It's bad. Oh, actually this was a connected parenting. Let's try the keep offset parenting. Okay, same thing. Of course, it's not the parenting thing that we need. We need to kind of have, instead of this being parent to it, we want to get some relation of it to this. So this is moving that, okay. So this will be the higher bound. So this is constrained to this, even though we should be free to do this. And then we also to this, and then we can also do this. And then this bound, because it will be constrained to this in some way. So it cannot, the relation cannot be parenting, but it can be perhaps a copy location to tail. No, yeah, this is certainly not gonna work, because wait, what is this? Local space copy location? No, this is bad, of course. Not offset won't help too. So copy location, invert anything here. No, because it's not the location that matters. Yeah, there's a transformation, right? So we could give a child of bound constraint. Okay. Let's think about it for a while. Child of set inverse. So okay, it's copy location. We don't want the copy location thing. But it's still, oh, this is the wrong, this is this child of set inverse, no locations copied, set inverse, it doesn't get displaced, copy the Z location, no, gets crazy. Okay, when that happens, go on edit mode so you can catch the bone wherever it is in pose mode. Then okay, set inverse. Let's see. No, or Control Z, right? So this doesn't work. Got copy location, and there's no tail thing here. So yeah, location is bad. So no copy location. Rotation is useless, so I think I wrongly changed this info, but it's not this one. Okay, so no child off. No parent parenting relations. There are options are getting this is so difficult because there are many bounds here which relate to this, so already, and I don't want to touch this, but maybe it would be convenient. Hold on, let me get back my soundtrack here. So what we get here is okay. I need this bone to follow here, but I want this bone to be able to move on it that way. So it's like a dependency loop that I'm looking for, to some way to get those things right. Ideally, if I could get this to pivot like this, it would be perfect. So yeah, that would be the correct thing, except it will be a bone constraint also. It's too hard. But I need to insist. I believe it is possible to do what I want to do. I've tried, right? The pivot, it won't do anything because the pivot is about rotation, not about location. Yeah, it's about so let's try this again. I have already tried this, I think so. Head, tail, target along length of the bone. Okay, so pivot the head, target stuff, right? Pivot offset of pivot from target when set, or from owner's location when fixed. Let's see what happens. Apparently nothing happens. Maybe that's not the way how to use it. Yeah, it's clearly not affecting. Okay, now there's some results and they are horrible. I see that I have some manipulations here, sort of locked the posing. What if there's a distance from the tail, alright, from the head, there's another kind of limitation. Okay, so the X, rotation range, rotation run on which pivot should occur, so there's only always, no, maybe something about the y-axis, y rotation, no. There's this pivoting offset. Do I have side? Yes, I have side, I have up, but this doesn't lock the range that I would like to. Yeah, this doesn't seem quite right about the Z rotation. Sounds the most similar to what I want, but then I have freedom, so it's this doesn't solve the problem. So let's go again. We got this control that does nothing, then we have this that is doing something. So let's try the original thing that we tried was that. Alright, except that we get offset. So okay, this approach is the best thing we can do for now. Kinda okay, it works. It's just that like to improve on that at some point. So here we have regular rotations here, so pivot there. And if we pose this one, however, we can do some crazy things with the mouth. Here we can do the same, right? But they are controlled by that part, so like a split now in the rig. These controllers are much funner to use, but they lack the accuracy of the rotations, especially because they don't respect distance. They are sort of free. And if I lock, yeah, they are meant to be free like that. Limit distance isn't good because it will, yeah, they don't follow an arc, right? So I got an idea now. Shrink wrap bone constraint perhaps can do that. Yes, because the shrink wrap bone constraint has the outside thing. Maybe that works. That's a bit risky, but so instead of this parenting, which could be redundant, we could try a shrink wrap. No, the parenting is relevant. Sorry, folks. Let's get this back, because then at least we can have this synchrony. Now if I get the shrink wrap bone constraint, we cannot do this to the other bone because this bone is stretched to here, so this will go probably crazy. So it's around this main controller. So it has a shrink wrap target here, and oh, it cannot shrink wrap the same armature. Okay, we cannot shrink wrap this is failed. Unless you have an object that is used here, yeah, that will be more complicated, like an empty. Okay, this will be space switching, I think. Yeah, we can do this. Let's try this. So it's a very special case, but if that solves, so I need to create, for example, here. Let's add here empty, which will be I don't know, a sphere. Let's scale it down. Yeah, small, or maybe not a sphere. Let's add a small cube. Alright, that object is constrained to copy location, to the armature, to the arcade. It's actually bone. I need to change this name. So okay, so here with this we change the name to bones to find replace man of main to mechanism, MCH mechanism, and then these ones we hold on. Let me get the this is the, I forgot what the, oh yes, the screencasts and keys add-ons. So you can see what I'm clicking here. Keep forgetting to, okay folks, keep forgetting to hit the beginning of the string all the time. Maybe I need to add some note here definitively to get used to that. So screencast. And here we can get some thing that would spark attention. An add-on that would alright, why not this? Yeah, it doesn't show anyway, so no emojis here unfortunately. Alright, so let's get, well, at least I could get perhaps something like that. Alright, that's it. Hope that works, yes. Okay, so folks, let's go back here, and now we have this empty, which should be probably parent to the, well, it has a copy location. It's, I dislike this because it complexifies the rigs, but where is empty? Yes, it is. Okay, now it's just, okay, there's copy location, so it was going crazy. No, never mind. So world space 2, it needs, okay, it's going there to the origin of the character, never mind. So we need to place it in the target, the armature, and I was renaming the bones, yes. So the proper naming that I'm using is arcade. Okay, so we pick this and we just gotta man is all, yeah, it's a sort of controller. The other would be the main, so need to find a, so arcade down, control, and this, that's really a control, so no, yeah, that's it, so control up. Now we maybe switch these colors, I guess. Okay, so if we go back to here, we need to pick this name. We go to the empty. It has got the, yeah, currently it's here. We could put it in, I don't know, armature stuff, right? Although, yeah, we could parent it to the armature bone, whatever, but not yet. Let's leave it like that. So then it could go on some extras too, or actually this is for the face, right? This face thing, although it's not mesh, so. Well, there are things that are not mesh here too, for example this lattice, but it's in the face. Let's go to put it on the face then, whatever. Could create another collection here for those extra things maybe, but this for mouth anyway, so this for eyes, maybe we could organize that too later if we start to get too much stuff. So target the armature, here we could get, yeah, it doesn't work. We get the armature here, and then the bone, target tail, and there you go. And so what it does is that it is following, and now we can probably use this as a target, this empty, for, except I forgot what I wanted. Okay, so we target the tail of these bones, so this means that we'll find out what we need, but, and I must admit I just forgot the tactic I was gonna use, but yeah. Alright, so it stays in place. We cannot click it because it's outside the armature, but we can target the thing. So for example, right, so you have this, you have, okay, we have this, then it's following, but now what we want is that when we offset, we'll be able to yeah, sorry folks, I really don't remember what I was going to do to after I don't do this thing too much. I might have even to watch my video to understand what I was trying to do, so perhaps let me note the time of the video right now. We are at 1:17, so okay. Of course, I'm not gonna pause the live right now to just give a last attempt. Okay, so I know I want to make this looping thing, hierarchy looping thing. I was wanting to get rid of the offsetting. Of course, this is okay to offset. You know what, this is not that bad, but yeah, we have this, then this allows also for that, okay. These bones are parented, should be parented to the head actually. So let's make this parenting again for now. We can also select the head here and get, for example, this. We can have a duplicate for that and actually target the other, and we can have them both parent as bone, I think, to the armature, just to keep so organized. Okay, I think this doesn't break the rig. They just get parented, so this is arcade down, this is arcade up. Of course, it's not controlled, this is empty. Yeah, empty is fine. For now, I don't know how to call this thing. Okay, so now I have two. They're basically they are follow this place. So why I think something is wrong. No, here they are. Okay, so it's clear I did that so that the tail could be, the tail of the main bone could be set in place, could be used as a target for whatever I do here that is not this bone target. So I see I was trying to make some sort of bone constraint that target that bone, but not that bone actually, the location of its tail as it deforms. Alright, so it would be, for example, copy transforms perhaps, or a copy location, but copy location doesn't have like, now I can target the M down. I think this gets something, yeah, I think this is getting wrong. Maybe the parenting is inadequate, so yeah. Yeah, it's something about the origin, so maybe we shouldn't have made that parenting. We can check this immediately. So this is the down one. If you get this, we check the relation. We can of course maybe we need to be here, right? So let's say we take off this parenting, then we go back in the armature, and then we check the bone constraints that we're trying to do. Wait, something. I lost something. Where is the... Oh, I was using... Yeah, no, this... I was changing this. Of course it's not this. Right? Alright, so I think I have to load maybe 3 minutes ago. Yes, I think here I have set the parenting already. 2 parentings, so if it fails, no parenting, or yes, need to be on object mode, right? Okay, so they are parent, but we're not using them. We go here and instead now let's, okay, they have a child off already, so this is annoying, and they are also parented offset, so maybe we can clear the parent here first of all, then we turn this off just for a moment. We are gonna make a copy, actually copy transforms. That is gonna be after original, target empty, maybe local space stuff, because they start in the, yeah. Let's get, so this comes first, then the child off, influence at maximum, copy to the empty down. This probably yeah, create some crazy stuff there. Word space. Yeah, this apparently is wrong. Replace, no. Okay, so no, this technique is really breaking the, so I don't know how to use this in this case, so let's ignore that, folks. So we are going to just keep our rig kind of simple. We'll accept that this for now is RB offset. If we want regular rotation, then we just use this bone to or this bone to do some crazy things here. And then if we want to make regular stuff, we use here, and we can at any time reset this and get back to regular stuff. Alright, so also these, I think I'm just gonna delete them, and there we go, no more problems with that. Let's go past this part, and let's return to our topics, right? This was very interesting. So we made progress there, structural progress in this. We were able to get the pivoting at least, except that we needed extra bone, and there's the offsetting thing. So this was productive, but that took 1 hour. Okay, folks, let's go back here to the jaw, the arcades. The thing that I want to assess first here, remember screencast done, lips, gradual shrink wrapping, bone constraints. Okay, so this is the lips, this actually this profile stuff here. I'm calling them profiles, lips, profiles, bendy bone splines, and the idea is that the handle bone, which is the direction is this, so it ends there. So the last ones, it doesn't really matter for the deforms, but it will matter for how we develop the control of the rig. These ones should have a shrink wrap bone constraint to so to simplify these selections. We have the bone groups. We can also turn on mirror modifier, off mirror modifier for the mesh. We can also hide the mount interior for now, and we can also hide some other stuff here for the character. Like that. There's a mask for the body, but we could be dangerous for now. Yeah, this will help. It's could be dangerous because if we want to wave paint, we need to be careful that edit mode shouldn't. Yeah, the mesh on edit mode should be hidden. So I have for example, this hide vertex groups can be used for modeling, but also for, just found out yesterday, can be used for modeling and also for, let's make a head region, just a head for now, please. There we go. Apparently we created, I've made some change in the mesh topology. We need to perhaps increase some stuff here, so if that's the case, let's fix this quickly. I think here also would have suffered, so let's quick fix here, folks. Lips, no, lips don't use that. I was trying some mesh topology to simplify the deforms on the lips, especially in the corners. I couldn't find out an ideal solution for that yet, so this is here. We should also be careful about the modifiers. I can sort by name this. Okay, lips. This is a modifier that I'm not even sure I'm using that. Are we using solidify? No, we are not. Let's see what it does. We don't really need this anymore, I guess, because we have a new way to model the mesh of the lips with these splines particularly. So this will be like, could serve a purpose still. That's why I maintain it. that it will create some problems there too in some geometry of the eyelash. Now it's not causing anything there because it's the target. Okay, at least not this time. Maybe it helps some interpenetration issues, folks. So, okay, let's maintain it. Let's make sure we test this at some point. But okay, I was assessing the vertex groups. Let's continue. So I have lips, muzzle. I think this one on edit mode, of course. Yeah. So this one we need to add. What is this? I need to selection, then alright, we add this connector. Yeah, this is from the mouth interior. We can what happened then? Oh yeah, this connector, yes, we can delete. There's no more this thing. Mask body, this is fine. Mask with corrective face, I think, yes, this is it. Add sign. Oh yeah, sign here. This should it include the lips? Maybe this is a bad idea at this point. The lips being corrected generically. Well, maybe we just change the mouth is everything. So this is bad for the mouth. So what you can do instead of taking off this for the lips, you just reduce the influence of this for the lips. Yeah, it's max red, so instead we can like make a right mouse click, just learning how to use this faster. So then go our shift K for the lips, then we try something like a 0.1 shift K. Let's see if that makes acceptable. Yeah, acceptable. It's like maybe it's even a little too much, so let's go again for that vertex group for object modifier. Let's do a 0.05, and then of course let's also, since we are doing this like that, let's make this selection. Now we go on vertex thing here. This we can go at 1 shift K. Then to make it gradual, we'll just get this one to be like yeah, problem is that I don't know how. We'll know in a moment. So yeah, this is 1, we know it is 1. I see can the other thing. So here we can do perhaps some 0.4, why not? Shift K, and there we go. We've got the rest. The software does, just because it's okay. We can do this in this more mechanical way. So, folks, let me get the chat back here. Now, yes. Now that we fixed these little details, let's go back to the shrink wrapping thing here. So we get the bone groups, that I want perhaps just to hide the handles. No, it's the opposite. Although now I do not see very well. So okay, so let's add a shrink wrap here. Bone constraint. And this is the question, I'm not sure exactly. So we have a ghost surface here that adapts to the shape of the face. And the idea is that this bone will always shrink wrap 0, or at least maybe slightly above 0. Yeah, probably slightly above 0 to that. And so, yeah, so all these bones, they should, and then the other bones, they will shrink wrap also, but on different. These ones, there are 3. So this will be the first, this will be the second, and this will be the. Bonjour, Sequoia. Ah, vous parlez français? Welcome. We are using. Welcome back. Actually, I remember you from yesterday, right? We are continuing here. So yesterday was very difficult. At the end, I wasn't able to get the results that I was expecting. So now we discovered, we made great advance, but then I knew I was reaching a spot, a threshold or a landmark that at some point I would need some serious revision on fundamentals of. I even considered, and I'm considering to do this test, maybe spline skinning for shaping the cartoonistic mouth, like the 2D, like so bones around here. Maybe not for this. This is okay for spline skinning with many bones. It showed to be powerful, but around, right, this drawing, maybe linear blend skinning, or regular deformed bones, like a legion of bones around, I don't know, something like that, or just a few. This is what Sonic Mouth Rig was apparently doing, and I'm very intrigued by this possibility. So maybe I'm like overly complicating some aspects, and this is very frustrating because spline skinning, I just, even after yes, the wave painting here got messy of these splines here. It didn't really, did what was expecting. So maybe I need to think it differently. Maybe I need to wave paint the lips with these two. So they are currently the wave painting of this. Let's see, just to be sure. Yes, it doesn't include the lips. So maybe it should include the lips. So maybe there's something to, since these draw the shapes of the, but they draw by moving these things, by control rig stuff. I have a lips selection mask, so I can probably try this out in a simple fashion. Let's see we'll see what it does. Yeah, let's try in a simple fashion. This is just one, so maybe this will be a game changer, maybe not. So I'm still considering drawing the mouth with, instead of these bones, regular bones. Alright, let's go for the finally this shrink wrapping. So this is a new idea I'm having. I never tested it. This spline is horrible. We have to do something about it. But here, maybe moving it more to the side. Yeah, why this? Yeah, this is ridiculous. Many reasons why this is failing. Yeah, we should retake this totally. But first, let's do the shrink wrapping. So we're gonna. This will be very interesting. We add a shrink wrap bone constraint, and we target that muzzle object here which is behind. So what it does, it immediately, okay, because this is on surface, so maybe this lip should be on surface, a good point. Above surface maybe? Outside surface. So it's outside, okay, so it doesn't move. But the cool thing is that this get deformed, so this is the universal sonic melt rig idea, that we can deform even the ghost mesh. So I'll show you how that works. We have these things here. If I pick this, we'll see that, you see, the mount ghost grid wireframe is deforming. It's just wire showing. It's not that there are faces there, they are just not showing. It's not whole mesh topology. Just pick the object and set it viewport display as okay, it's not selectable, but it's like wire. And so let's go back. So what I need here, so you see this concept works. So this can shrink wrap. New idea, folks. Yeah, just got this idea. So this shrink wraps to the, not new idea, I mean better solutions, right, coming out from this experimental rigs. So this is, I think this is perfect. So let's get these all to do the same thing. Yeah, we'll also have to, we're gonna symmetrize later, so let's just do one side here. We'll just copy this thing. Now all of them are doing exactly the same thing. Now this is good. So we have saved. Look at what this means, folks. This means a lot. We are saving the shapes of the lips with this contraption. At least, not totally, but at least the first part there, the inner part. Now for these ones, we're gonna do the same thing, so you can already copy from it, but we don't want this one. Now we want something freer that gives some freedom. And so this is not outside surface, this will be outside. And from the distance, now this means we want to retain a certain minimal distance from outside zone. Usually this could be negative. Why? What happens? I'm still on Blender 3.6.8. So strangely, okay, so in principle I should not be able to cross the, yeah. Alright, so now we can leave at this. Correct, so this will be equivalent to that, except that this will only start moving. This will always follow the mesh ghost, but this will only, this will start moving only when if it gets, for any reason, touches the mouse ghost, or the muzzle ghost touches it. We could give, so 0.1 is too much, right? So we could give a starting condition between 0 and 1, so just to have a slight differentiation from this one. So at this point, so it stays slightly above. I don't know exactly the distance, but if you see here, nothing will be changing until a threshold. Here maybe already, no? Then maybe let's try, okay, here's already start affecting. 0.07. We can do this, yeah, 0. So this already affect the rest pose, so I don't want. This already affects, so we can leave it like here. So it will still, so you can try, yeah, there are other ways to try, but here it is already sliding, but it's hard to visualize. Let's see on a full side view, folks. Oh, it's disabled. So here, maybe we'd like to pose it more. So this is the good way, the correct way to check this thing. So this is too much. Let's try this. I think this is better. Look at that. That's great. So this stays on surface. This cannot stay on surface. And so for these ones, we are going to get, okay, the ones that are the first. So this and this, and of course this. This could be slightly different, so at least just copy. Maybe this is mesh. Yeah, so this is where the character designs start to matter, but let's just, oh no, this is, because this is outside, it doesn't matter. We are still able to, if we want to pose like that, so that's good, thanks to the outside. So this is a minimum, it's not like, right, so it doesn't shrink wrap until it reaches the minimum. So this is a protection, and so now all of them are different from this. And now for this one should be the largest, because we don't want this to be sort of getting right into this too much. So we are gonna start with this one, and this is, yes, this also has some relation, because now the minimum will augment, the minimum distance should augment in relation to that one, for example. We don't know how much, so we can start out by, yeah, I'll have a copy anyway, so let's do this. I've created assigned a shortcut especially for this operator. And then here we can try, maybe this could be 0.5. We see that it is too much, too little, at least for this one. Maybe for this one it's, oh, this one doesn't have, so we cannot test. Here, this one doesn't have a middle one, so we decided that to test out, to simplify that ellipse. So yeah, I believe they will be like all equivalent. So this seems to be too little. Let's risk something like that. Yeah, this sounds good. So this is what the shrink wrap bound constraint, or shrink wrap modifier, in this case shrink wrap bound constraint, on snap mode outside does. We could use a line to normal, but yeah, no, for these ones especially, but it's useless. That, unless they, not useless, but yeah, why do that? We lose, if we do this, we lose this sort of rotational manipulation. So let's give it more freedom. The important is the head of it, it's snap to it. So this one, differently, outside surface, it's outside the surface, so on the outside of the face. Technically, I think that's what it means, but it doesn't go, we cannot pose it outside, beyond that. It's really snapping, critically snapping. So differently from this, which is outside. So here, okay, I like this. So we're gonna use this to this and this to copy exactly this one. And now everything is set except for the symmetrization. Then we do this, and then we do this and symmetrize, and now everything is set. It is possible that we are changing the rest pose accidentally, so we are seeing that the 0.7 is affecting Okay, so this one is being snapped. We're gonna retake it anyways. There is a pushing here. I'm not sure if this is accurate, but yeah, this is happening because of the maybe some respose here. This is not reset. I'm not sure. Let's reset everything just in case. No, so it's not the case. So I don't know exactly what is the fact is that those twigs here, they also had shrink wrap, so maybe we should turn them off, right? So yeah, so these were more responsible than these ones. Actually, these are being pretty responsible. Why this is happening? It's not necessarily bad, but I'm trying to understand. So is that too strong actually? Yeah, so maybe we got it wrong, folks. At least for this I do not understand this. Oh, I see. It starts. What's happening is the rest position is behind it already. That's what's happening, folks. This ghost here is choose, so it's not respecting exactly the rest position for the mesh because, yeah. So this is a little mistake of mine, but the concept works in action. It is here. So though we need to reassess perhaps the middle ones, right? These ones, you see, this one seems to be fine as expected, 0.2, so maybe we keep them, right? We could perhaps give them, because these values mean a lot, right? So in the absolute space, so let's just minimize this just a little, this effect. And after, yes, I intend to retake the rest position for the, okay, we need to resymmetrize. No, we'll do that later after we fix. So this is a lot. Although we were testing, right? So yeah, there's a lot. So let's do for these ones, like try to get it something more less radical, give it more freedom to the lips, right? So I think this is safe, because if the lips get deformed that way, well, we can still solve correct by posing, but if this is a limitation, right? So let's give it, so let's reduce the limitation and let it be a little more flexible and everything. So I believe now this is right. We can symmetrize, well, this won't symmetrize in the middle, so it doesn't matter. Very important to have splines in the middle, like really profiled stuff. So now we need to retake this one, because this was the one that is very problematic. I still, even the mesh topology, I don't know how to do it yet. So let's just retake this thing. I'm going to, in this case, I even make changes here, so I don't want this anymore. It was too complicated. We're gonna retake these things here. This means that we need to reassign this the z-axis for this. We can totally snap this actually in this approach, so we don't see why not. We can hide the ghost mesh, so actually we do this with this medium. Well, no, the medium point is for something else, but it doesn't matter. Okay, we're snapping it onto the... No, we are not. Now we are. And so we can... Yeah, no snapping yet here yet. The z-axis of this handle, yeah, we can augment its size so we see better. Yeah, it was my mistake to make them very small, but the idea is that because these splines are bendable splines very small, then yeah, I thought that would be good to have this bone, but there's a disadvantage. Their gizmos get really minute, and this is, then it becomes a nightmare to, you don't see the axis, and then you cannot freely scale those bones. Well, we can, but it will change the splines. Like if I do this, the splines don't add, yeah, we can do on pose mode, but here we'll have to, yes we can, we need to pick this. So maybe I'm gonna do that generally for everything, right? Yeah, we'll do that for all them. So we'll solve this at once. So let's reset this so we see that the z-axis and the z-axis pointing laterally in this case. This snapping is bizarre to say the least, or at least it's not doing what I want. So here let's, oh, it snapped the bone. Okay, I need to, this thing gets confusing, but I think this is irrelevant. So scale it up. Okay, we see that it is inverted. So first thing, solve that. Reset roll. We are first rotating it in some ways that, no. Okay, so we got it at the, okay, yeah, this actually this snapping is just not good for me right now. So let's, I'd be better perhaps moving on local or normal. So the problem, yeah, I want the z-axis pointing up. So how did I did that? It's pointing down. Yeah, this is simple, folks. It's just that. Alright, so I did visually that, so let's roll that way first of all. Then we move this bone here, somewhere like here. Now, yes, maybe more to here, and roll a bit more. The roll is the last thing we need to do, so this time I'm trying to get it closer to the, so not trying to be very precise. So reset roll. I'm gonna add roll to this positively. This is my technique for solving this spline. So it will be all that roll, but that's fine. They are not directly related to the others, so it don't matter. Here we need to snap at vertex. I hope this is, yeah, so it's parented. So here the problem is, let's take this off. And now, yeah, let's get this bigger here so we see where the, okay, and then we change the snapping to, now I don't want snapping anymore, so we just pick these two. we want to make this spline. Okay, so actually first let's make this alignment, then we snap to vertex there. Now we can align this to this, just to, and then we see that the z-axis is pointing more or less laterally, so we can roll this already, pick the joint, and yeah, I see this is much better. So this bone was crazily positioned, and it has settings there that makes posing it even more bizarre. So only do these changes here if you really know what you're doing, because it's really, they are good for when we really want the deforms of the bendy bones to be splines to be special. In this case I thought it would be a good idea, but actually it's very hard to get. They lose some, it sounds like they lose flexibility, right? For me, we can have a full snapping here to the mesh, but yeah, this will take too long time, and I don't know how I've set these others. They are not really snapping totally, so we're not touching them in this matter. So here, apparently, I hope this should be enough, so we can already reset this. Why this is happening? Maybe I lost something about the target. No, this makes no sense. They seem to be correct here. Could be because this bone is get shrink wrapped. Yes, I know, but why doesn't this follow? This is not good. Apparently I see some. No. Okay, so occasionally strange things can happen, then we don't know how to. Let's try to. Let's try to simplify this thing. Maybe the parenting is not the same. They should be the same though. Tweak, okay, it's the same tweak, so maybe the tweak is the problem. You see, only that spline gets destroyed like that. Corrupted bendy bone. I'm tempted to remake this thing here, because I really don't know now what's. Yeah, should be the shrink wrap, but shrink wrapping. Oh, I see. Of course. That's it. This must be done before any modify. Yeah. Now I see. Now this is horrible. Of course. Let's change this even more, so have to redo this. Maybe we need another spline here, folks, or maybe we need to augment. Yeah, so this is why I've tried to solve this part. This is the only one that has. Yeah, let's try 1.5 and 1.5. So here we, of course, we made change, so we need to reset the original length of the bendy bone with no affecting stuff. Okay, so it's still bad, but at least not as bad. And this is, of course, about the in a great deal about the mesh geometry and other stuff. So maybe this we could change it to be special. I don't know. 0.01 actually. This is snappy. Oh, this has okay 0. I was using the wrong one. This is the one inside. Alright. This could be even. We could try something special here. So let's say inside surface, on surface, yeah, no negative here. Outside surface. On surface it will grow outward, right? So maybe go inside and let's push it inward, so 0.02, I don't know. So maybe this will help only for this one. We do this crazy thing. And here of course there's all this stuff here. This we could be 0.01, maybe 0.03 or 0.05. I think it's too much anyways. So here we could make some tests. Yeah, this is good. No, it's not good, but that's not too horrible. Then we can there's a question, maybe I can get this spline more here. Yeah, this is cheating in relation to the shapes. Yeah, I'm not drawing the shapes. Another possibility would just try to retake these. There's wave paint, so this is not like the bad thing. That we don't have the profile of this, so let's do this again. Maybe this requires an additional splines in the end. So yeah, maybe we should be doing that, folks. So I've decided, let's just assess the wave painting of this. Oh, this wave painting is horrible. Oh, that explains a lot. So how did that happen? I don't know, because we had retaken this. So maybe I've accidentally made some. Yeah, so that explains a lot. But this area has been terrible for me in this experimental rigging of the mouth. So I'm still intending to research and find what will be the ideal, or some smart mesh topology for this, or some smart solution. There are many things that count here, especially not for any character, but also for not only for realistic conventional 3D characters, but I'm drinking mate, an infusion from Southern America. So here the same thing, it's like a tea leaves from a tree that they are dried in the process. There's an indigenous drink. It is drink hot, not boiling, just slightly hot. Can be drink. It contains caffeine, so it's a bit addictive, and it's very good for many. Yeah, it's very healthy. Of course, nothing in the exaggeration is healthy, but Contains a lot of good nutrients. Can substitute coffee. It will be this thing here. Yeah. It's leaves from a tree like that, right? Big tree. We rarely. It's a cool tree, actually, a beautiful tree. And here is the way. Yeah, then there are special ways to prepare. It's ritual stuff, right? From the gauchos and the origin, but also from the original indigenous people that still live in these regions. But now the really, yeah, there should be some exist. Yeah, there's still in Brazil and other countries around there still exist tribes, especially in the Amazonia forest, rainforest. But they are dense. I've read that apparently there are even certain tribes that are so deep that they were never had contact with with uh, with the Occident people, us, modern society. If you understand a little about the jungles, it's like it's a labyrinth. It's like cannot go inside to without a guide, without knowing. Easily get lost. There's no water. There are rivers, of course, but only the only people that know how to find them live there or are specialists in the domains. So, okay, let's fix this hard lift, folks. It's fascinating stuff. So here, yes, I'm looking for. Sorry, I'm confused. I'm looking for my hide stuff, and I have in this case a hide corners that I've made just for. Oh, we can expand. Oh, then was wrong because I made change to this mesh topology. So let's change this hide vertex group here. Add a bit more stuff to it. Yes, it was required. Probably there are waves here, low waves, but now we get having this selection and the rest of. Okay, here is actually what we should do about the. Anyway, I lost the selection. No problem, we do that, but we want to hide everything to facilitate our project, so we just get like mount regions, hide and selected, then I now get the corners, then we go on wave paint mode with the armature stuff, then we this is not the bone, although it's selected, this is this vertex group, so you cannot select the bones with the mask, so you need to take off the mask and then select. Let's see if so apparently there were wrong waves outside. No, these are not. No, this was done on purpose, so that's fine to have beyond the lip and the outer side, and there's no inner side after I made the separation. This helped me a lot more to make things much easier, folks. So better have the mount interior separated, provide we have a way to prevent the interpenetration. In this case, I've made some shrink wrapping stuff, and it's complicated, but I mean it's feasible. No, hold on, we don't want to, because we lack wave painting there at this point. We just want some blurring here, and that's it, nothing more than that in this case. And we will now I don't know what about these ones. Okay, they cross, so that's fine. So there are blended waves, that's fine. So you should probably use here start using. So let's get these things there's just one spline, and let's hope that it will be, yeah, so enough for these waves here on the corners. And so here what I need to do, yes, and yeah, let's just do this to start with. Then we start reblurring. See that the blended waves, they are actually good for the shapes. I'm considering maybe because it's so close to the corners, and I think there are waves there already, so yes, perhaps we should expand or retract. Okay, we see there is a zone here, so this is not too bad. We can loop this all around, so the wave painting of the lips corner, so maybe I should include, no, that's fine. The problem is that I cannot wave paint those from here, so let's just blur this thing from these. And then we blur these corners from the inside, but yeah, this doesn't seem very good. Well, no, let's blur this corner from the inside, so I already take waves here, and we already take from there too, which I think is too much. So this will be the smarter approach here. Instead of making more retakes, this will be more automatic. So here we must be careful about the blurring to not extrapolate. The good thing about blurring is that we cannot extrapolate anywhere, at least in certain cases. And there's no waste, but we can do accidental thing crossing, like sometimes, yeah. Alright, so here we are nearly complete with this part here. Good, good, good. And then here yes, we can also blur that region. Very good, very good. And here, why not? Let's get some blended waves here. More blur here. That should be okay. Alright. Yeah, we see here same pattern, same cross. That's fine. That's fine. Then I invert. Now this is the strongest part, right? I save. I'm gonna blur stuff here. Just try to do something more artistical here. As a painter, no, you can't be very artistical with wave painting. Actually, we can, but the problem is that it will be ideal, I think. The problem is that here we get max waves there, is that it's hard to be artistical with wave painting totally because of the skinning algorithms. If we were using real good, like not Stone Age skinning algorithms for CG, this is me that say that we are in the Stone Age of the. I think someone made that joke, and then yeah, very agree. The CG is still very young art form, right? It started in the early 70s, right? Perhaps, I'm not sure in the 60s there were some, well, conceptually might be older, but in practice regarding software, right, computer, digital stuff, we can say 70s, right? And then 80s, there are really some very interesting things happening, more artistically speaking, more realistic stuff, interesting history. But then there are skinning algorithms that are still being used from a very old time, and they work, okay, they are fast, efficient, but for rigging, they are just horrible. I mean, this is not what an artist would like to have, like I would like to paint and have really organic shapes forming, not with some horrid artifacts forming just because I rotate a bone in a you know what I mean. So the famous artifacts that, so there exists many skinning algorithms, and there's a sort of a science. So I believe there's way more progress to develop in that field. Uh, Probably AI would help in that. Don't know. Probably at some point, but this is more about mathematical conceptualization, right? Of the skinning algorithms, right? There are matrices stuff. All right, folks. I think this should be enough. We got some good developments here, except that we would like to try. Yes, this is not convincing, but much better than we had, and certainly we. The question is, do we really need a third spline there? What about these ones? Are they sharing waves to the corners? I see. I see. So maybe we should do that. Yeah, let's try this, folks. So this one will blend waves until, gonna save here, it will be, yeah, let's blend those waves, right? So maybe this will be, this will help. Yeah, I'm used to work with blended waves, and okay, it's not the end of the world if you blend waves with spline skinning, but it's a bit dangerous, so you should be careful. Especially when bones are crossing the forms, they stretch and squash in different. So here, yes, we see in the mesh some interesting results of blending waves. So this is I never read that way, this profile, so I was trying to avoid the blended waves to a certain extent, but apparently they can be helpful, folks. Let's try now a bit of in this part. Of course, we don't invade too much on the interior, but those we can have for sure. Then here we want, yes. So blend waves might be one of the answers for our problems. Then of course there's something weird here that probably, if I invert here, we could have, yeah, there's those, we can have these blended waves. I don't know if I think it's, yeah, because that protector don't have a front and back, so that's why I have to retake those waves anyways, but we are making progress here, folks. Here also, I believe we should blend this more, right? This doesn't seem very, the corners should be stronger, not this part here, right? So maybe we were doing a bit, yeah, we need to be very careful. And then that too, right, folks? That we should. And then when I assess the waves of the top here, I believe we will reach some better results. So here we can leave those there, okay? Here, yeah, look at this. This is much smoother, right, folks? So maybe that was it, just blended waves. I prefer, yeah, let's blur these things here. I think it will smooth out. And here more, yeah, it doesn't, yeah, this is mesh topology indeed. So I know it's mesh topology because in great deal, because when I try to smooth the vertices altogether, it's tough to do this thing. So not to say it cannot be helped with wave painting. Actually, we got some improvement, especially in this region, but this is why I was attempting some crazy things here, but to no avail so far. Let's reset this. Okay, that's good. This is good, folks. I think the mesh geometry here, let's make some adjustments, right? Why not? Okay, you see here, this pushing starts to become problematic. So maybe I should do something like that and redistribute a little this tension. Okay, that's okay because the mesh is hidden. It won't affect the rest of the mesh. We see that these are not very, yeah, this at least in this point of view. Do we have proportional editing here, folks? Yes, we have. So this retakes, I should be very careful because I have been doing this for a long time. Also, mirror modifier, maybe better turn it on. I think I might have unclipped stuff. So for this, very important, turn off the mirror modifier. Yeah, it was unclipped indeed. What about this? Because turn off the proportional editing, otherwise you start doing we don't see it now. Oh, because the proportional editing is then you clip stuff. Very bad, very bad. So don't turn it off if you just. And so this is good to have this, a good reason that to have this kind of face edge ring there, edge loop. So here we are nearly completing this process here, which was very extensive. These retakes on the shapes, it's just for the corner really. Let's not let's not use too much time here, folks. Already did that a lot in the previous attempts and it was not very funny for me, and I think I could have used my time here better in the live streaming. But yes, I need to urgently, or at some point I really need to retake these. I need to learn something new about melt rigging, considering the mesh topology and mesh geometry of the lips region, especially the lips corner. I've started to realize that one good pattern, I don't know if it's good, but one pattern that I've seen is that my lips were, the lips of my character here, also character Dorothy, they were always going like diagonal already from here, and in other models what I've seen is that they usually get more horizontalized, so more aligned with wall space, so here, and so I try to fix that, right? So I've made, and only for these ones I've started to make them more diagonal as reaching to that part, and I believe this is usually when rigging having regularity, like bones aligned with wall space, all that. Of course, so sometimes there are special reasons not to do so, right? So, but usually what I'm having those alignments, like in IK bond constraints, if you align everything, you spare some other problems. So if you can have them aligned and it doesn't bother what we are trying to do in the rig, right? That's a very good idea to have those alignments as good as possible, because they will simplify everything for bond constraints and all that. Conceptually speaking, it's good practice, but there are many situations that we don't want alignments. We want, for bones for example, we really want stuff to be irregular, let's say like that, and anomalous, and then this means that we need to find sometimes other alignment solutions that will come later with special settings and all that. So that works too, but ideally we would like to have the alignment stuff. So maybe theoretically speaking, one way to have the alignments whatever way would be to to have extra bones that, like, tweak bones for the bad bones. Unfortunately we can't do this with the mesh because there's only one rest position, one binding. Okay, let's make a test here. If I pick those vertices, so we see that we still have problem with that happening, but it's much better now. So I don't know exactly what I did to, but it seems like a better redistribution of the mesh on the corners actually helped in getting better conditions for this critical part of the lips. So this is interesting, fascinating. There's not really mesh topology that issue, it's just mesh geometry. So reorganizing the mesh helped a lot. Of course, I believe this still happens. It would happen in most cases, I believe, but it's much more. It's not so chaotic right now. So this is very, very good. Maybe this will, yeah. Then of course it's not not so fast. Not so fast, friend. There is, I don't know who says something. There are many quotes that should be funny in that way, but I don't remember now. For certain, exactly, I don't remember what a funny thing about that. Probably some character in some old animation, maybe a movie. Alright folks, so these retakes are the best that I've made on the lips. This is why I'm trying to check a bit more if there's something else I can do here to maybe spread apart this mesh here. Let's try this. Yeah, let's try something like this, right? So here maybe we could start to push this inwards. Maybe with slide vertex would be better. Here we can probably, yeah. So let's start to pull this inwards, right, to see if we can, at least for that part of the mouth, right? So let's see if we can develop some I'm doing this a bit more intuitively, as you can see. I don't have a perfect plan now, except studying the models and making some tests. But here, by pushing that in sort of simplify this part here, which is a bit suffering. Maybe I need to like start to try to shrink this part, like in a way of collapsing, right? Very small, yeah. So scale down this in an organized way. All right, all right. So let's see here. Now this maybe not. Maybe here push this. Yeah. So now we can probably push this inwards. This now can go back here. See, we're starting to get very good solutions in just by tweaking the mesh geometry here, the state of the mesh geometry in relation to what we had. So I'm very surprised by this. Maybe we don't need to make change to mesh topology after all, but here it is starting to get a bit irregular, right? Let's pull this up and perhaps that should do, right? Make sure this is more spherical. So give some volume here to the ellipse. Roundness, right? More regularity here. And all right, it's still not good. Yeah, and it's still, this is why I started to pull those things inwards. I had a lot of historical mistakes, while this should be more simple, right? Yeah, so it's still, you see there's some, yeah, bad choice there here in, what is that? I see the inside. Okay, if we pick this, okay, so I want to, yeah, that part here, maybe just try to, yeah, give some, the rest pose is very bad, and I believe, I'm not sure exactly what's happening there. It's certainly the shrink wrapping things, but maybe I know I've made more bones to shrink wrap, so maybe it's not their fault here. We can easily assess this if we go here in handles and we turn it off without. So okay, these are culprits, but what we can do is change the rest position for the ellipse in general, so we push it more forward in relation to this, right? So these stop happenings in that radical way. But then if you have a rest pose, we can change this again with other mechanisms. The important thing now, folks, is that we've made important fundamental retakes, so we can check this part here. Hold on. Lips, gradual shrink wrapping. Oh, did we do that? Real wave paint simplified lips. Okay, this we did. Great. Wave paint melt contour B-bone splines. This I'm not sure. Yeah, reassess this. So oh, I see what this means. Wave paint lips with melt contour B-bone spline. Yeah, so we're gonna do that next. We're gonna investigate on that. Then reassess shrink wrapping methods influencing vertex groups. Yes, we are already doing that, and partially because we've this is reassessing the shrink wrapping method from the minimum stuff details, which are the libs, to the maximum. So we're doing it in a small to big scale. Before I was doing differently. So what we want to do now, folks, is to get to the other structures. So we need the armature, we need the, how to say, we need the, this thing, the bone layers. So we don't need to see the lips anymore here. The positioning of this is a bit strange, so maybe we can get, so you have, I want to reorganize this stuff because it's starting to get messy. So we pick all these bones, we make sure there's no hidden bones, we going to see if there's anything here. No, so nothing here. This is free to, let's see what we can do here, right, folks? So this is a posable bone, so this is important. What is in here? So we have this is important. These colors I barely do not see, so this is bad, and this is also because of this stuff, right? So we could do, what you could do is just change their, I need something about these things. I need to create jaw custom shapes, right? So something to note here. Can I use anything I had previously custom shape? I don't have anything good for this, unfortunately. So whatever I use here, it would be messy. So let's just take this off and let's try to make them just as regular cubes for now, right? By doing this, not regular cubes, so okay, something like that should do. Maybe a bit taller. There we go. At least we see them properly. Now these, yes, we can maybe resize them. And okay, so arcades, those are more mechanism stuff, so they shouldn't be here. They should like go okay, so these are control stuff. Okay, these were, so this for now certainly go here. Okay, this is correct. Then mouth, these are already lips. Okay, so I believe, okay, we have some wrong tips they are showing. So for example, this is a handle just as this, so these are lost. Let's put them to this first, but these we are going to change. So these things here, which for the man lower mouth, yes, this one, these can go to perhaps the first, just for now. Maybe these ones could have some this could benefit from bone, just something that will make them radically smaller. So let's see, custom shape, I have arrow thing, I think. Yeah, I have empty arrows. Where they are now, we don't see nothing. They seem to be I think I need to rotate them correctly. So arrow. Yeah, they are there, so 90, no, it's negative 90, and there we go. So at least this will be a bit better, and we can probably change their no okay, so no, let's not touch that. It's too much annoying, but let's leave them as arrow. At least they easier now to maybe not to see them, but they are across everything, and that's fine. Then we need to reassess the those mechanisms here. So because I just found that we can remember that we can have these bone groups as a way to select our bones, right? This means that the tips, for example, all these, they can, okay, these are in the wrong layer, but this to main stuff, master stuff, all these can go together in some sort of let's say spline stuff, right? So yeah, they can all go, so all this can stay here, all this can go to the some place like this, right? Except that these move together because they were, I hate this behavior. Need to unselect. Alright, so now the mount, these are tweaked bones, so maybe they are, so we don't move these are mechanisms, so we should probably bring them to that layer, right folks? Move to here for now. Now again select. So let's say yeah mechanisms, this is nothing, so masters, then we could give some tweaks here, but is it okay to leave all those things here? It's annoying. No, it's okay. This is good. We can keep this like that. Then nothing here, nothing here. So here maybe should be the next stage is the tweaks, right? So we can tweaks here. These are controllers. I'm just using this name for them. So move to tweaks. Now why this is here? Something that got lost. So move to masters. Let's see now. Yeah, it was that one, right? Tweaks. I have way more tweaks, so doesn't matter. There's nothing here. You can delete. Lips. There's nothing here. We can delete. Depth. Those bendy bone splines. Splines, yeah, bendy bone splines. Then mechanisms, and yeah, so that you can understand. Tip lips, and myself also tip lips. Okay, so these would be bendy bone splines, but for lower stuff. So we can mix this together, right? So because I don't need two layers for them, I just found the easiest ways to combine them. What you can do is something like that, bendy bone splines per layer thing, right? So for example, yeah, so we could have bendy bone splines for mouth, bony bone spline for actually muzzle, bony bone splines for 2D mouth, and for actually this is XZ, lips, yeah, mouth 2D, okay, and then this lips 3D. This 3D is not accurate, but that's yeah, so it's the profiles actually. Bony bone splines actually. So what this means is that we can already combine layers, and whatever selection per category will be doing this on a single layer. Having too much layers can be annoying also, so we pick all this, we go with the layer 4, then we go on layer 4, we unhide, we now go for tip lips, I think. Okay, so where are the, okay, all that moved together, but don't worry, now we still have a solution for that, folks. We just need to get, this is why we don't have we don't have totally a solution for this, except that we have this for this. So this just saved us. So now we just have to at least select, okay, we can do something to simplify. We can select this and hide. Why this wasn't selected? Oh, it has another color. Let's assign that color. Alright, so select hide. Now is this tweak? Yes, this is tweak, but it's for the mouth, so it's the big one we hide. So we just pick everything here, right, and move it to the hidden things were selected. This means that they will move together. Let's see if that's true. Move to, yeah, that's probably true. Let's go to, yes, this is lips profiles, right? So then if we hide this, no, they don't move. Okay, good. So hidden thing don't move. Great. So this is not the problem. The problem is when we move a selection and we don't unselect. Maybe we should tell Blender community to yeah, it's not a bug, but it's a request. So moved to other layer. And this cause lots of issues if we want to get oh yeah, workflow issues that I would explain later. So if I made that request finally, so here, okay, Bivon splines, then tweaks for the, okay, the tweaks. Now the question is, these are tweaks too, they should have we'll give them this kind of different colors, but there are also these twigs, so this is starting to get complicated. Okay, well, provide we don't mix the twigs like this with the mouth, then it's safe. So this is twigs lips and twigs muzzle. Yeah, this is the fundamental thing. So this is already this is B-bone splines. Okay, we need the B-bone splines for the mouth 2D, which are found not here nor here, but here. So this goes to B-bone spline here. So nothing here and nothing else to see here. Then these twigs and controllers, they are for the lips, they can go together. All to twig lips, which is here. Now nothing to see here. And then also apparently here, nothing else. So we can totally take off this layer. This is still free. And so everything on the mouth usually can be found here, but in organized way. There are twigs here. So the idea maybe would be to have extra color, just like colors for the twig. Yeah, so you have tip 2 and twig 2. This will help a lot in organization. But I don't have yet something to differentiate lack of colors. Let's try to give a twig 2 at least. I think it's the most important group. Twig 2. What color is that? Don't remember that. This is too similar. No, this helps. Okay, so you have twig 1 and twig 2. So there you go, twig 2, twig 1. So, and the controllers, of course, you could change the shapes, right? This would be better, but this will take too long. I don't have a good set. Yeah, good thing. Let's try to find a good set. There should be some packet for free, right? Maybe you know, guys. Of custom shapes widgets. Let me remember to research that. I should buy two if there is some point, but not immediately. Custom shapes packet. Let's see if we can find that. So folks, we are after this reorganization. I think there are these blue bones, there are equivalents to them. No, they are not. So they are like larger twigs. So they are more like control bones indeed. Because the way the splines work, sometimes we require some differentiation. So we have, yeah, now here we have some issues with the size. So this is the lower one. We should rename those things also. You can get this slightly bigger, just B-bone scale, right? So all these settings here, I'm not sure what is best organized, right? But so these are the twigs that would be used to draw 2D mouth shape like this, but I'm still suffering. Oh, the results are much better. Aha! This all because of our shrink wrapping mechanism. So this is actually very, very powerful. Look at this. The mouth is responding. Okay, folks, we are getting close to a decisive. It's a decisive victory here, folks. Even though I'm not satisfied with the shapes of the lips, the mouth, cartoon mouth, right? The lips are too realistic, right? So what this means is that, but the shapes of the mouth, we are able to draw it very well without without really interpenetration, because of the minimalistic shrink wrapping thing. So it's important sometimes here to make the differentiation here of the lips. Otherwise we cannot. That's why we need not this, but I mean this. So this is a case where we don't want to see the tips, so just, for example, get the handles, hide, and there we go. Now we see the drawing of the except it was the wrong bone layer. So this is for the muzzle. We could pose that too, but it's not what we're trying to do. So we tweak lips and mouth profile here, and it's in here that we want to select and hide. Actually, select and hide. And so what happens here? Okay, here I'm changing the muzzle. You see the ghost mesh surface works. So this is the universal sonic mouth rig, but there are many differences. His mouth, he has three mesh objects interpenetrate that have the same, nearly the same mesh of the muzzle. Two have the mouth. While one is like that one that I have behind, which doesn't have mouth. So I'm using just two of them, and with this trick of the profiles with the shrink wrapping to the deforming mesh ghost, this was his idea, I can have the deforming ghost mesh of muzzle ghost mesh reshaped with these tweaks here. The ghost mesh is deforming along this, and if you don't believe me, you just gotta see this, not this, but this, and then we see real time already from here, so, right, folks? So that is the jaw. Maybe we just have to, yeah, this is like, don't touch them too much. It's like not very important. So let's good distinctions here. Yeah, let's make this larger, because like, actually let's make them like this, but let's change their BB scale so that we know they are for the sides, right? Could do this for this, but okay, just so there are some maybe you should decombine. There are some questions here about the control rig, but in principle these ones can be too large. This is for the profile here. I'm having some mesh issues here. Let's solve that already. I don't know what's causing that. It's not the mesh, it's probably some wave painting issue on some muzzle deformed bone, I guess, or it's some maybe it's this wave painting here, folks. Yeah, I've been seeing for a while and this is pretty annoying, so let's try to... No, this doesn't seem to do much, so maybe just get some more waves here. No, this also don't help, but this makes sense that perhaps the tip has more influence here, I guess, in this character design. So let's, yeah, it's the tip of the nose is not an area that I have been much success like it deforms well. No, it gets the shapes, okay, but it's not very accurate. It's not very helpful in general. Very hard to pose it currently, so I'm not using it a lot. So here maybe it's this thing that requires that these waves maybe are too strong. I'm not sure. Must be careful that I'm not using a mask here. Maybe I should. Yeah, blended waves here should be useful perhaps. Yeah, so but here exactly it doesn't seem to be that this is caused by this kind of waves. I'm changing those waves and nothing's happening, so no, it's not. Maybe some other wrong influences. Maybe this is a lateral thing. Yeah, low waves here doesn't seem to. Maybe yeah, we can have some influence here, so that when we pull this mesh there, we get some influence here. So why not? This is not. Oh, I see. Okay, now this is regular stuff. It's just is that this mesh has double side. Oh, lacking stuff here, right? We have. Okay, let's just wave these things here. I'm using this bone to wave paint the other sides. This is a special case in using mirror modifier, folks. But apparently it was not this, but slightly changed. We see here, so maybe this is positive. Yeah, let's get this also. When we move back here, not the jaw, but this side here, we can also do this here. Let's blend something here. And that part, yes, we need to reassess this problem. I'm not gonna do that without protecting the lips though, so we need layering protection, not layering protection, call it what it is. I want to protect the lips, entire lips mesh, hide vertex group, but just for wave painting, not hiding the lips, just having a selection with an inversion and the mask, and actually this inversion, but I need to select the correct bone here. Now I can do a lot of wave paint here. We see that something went wrong about these waves here. I was not using auto normalize, so this is probably some subdivisions, vertex, edge loop, dissolve edges loop that I've made and that got wrong, so fixing this right now. We probably should push this towards the lips, yes. Yes, exactly. This is the intention of that part here. So actually we can, I don't know, didn't have more, so we can test this, right? Now that the mouth is in shape, I see some strange things there, but must be just, no, it's the ghost mesh, no problem. So okay, we keep doing that, but we want to actually remember the mask. So, but we need to be careful not to exaggerate. So we're gonna blur that, and oh, there's a question in the middle part. So let's see. Yeah, this has a risk of affecting double-sided, but we don't see it terribly happening. So okay, let's ignore this for now. We can retake this later, study it more, but for now we just want to fix that part here. Okay folks, this looks good. Yeah, we don't need a lot of pull here, although it would be beneficial, I believe, but just having blended waves here. Maybe this is good, and then some. Yeah, the waves don't. And then we need the other side because they are looping around themselves. So this is like a. There's waves on both sides for this because of the melt. So I need to have waves on the other side. I cannot paint there. What I can do, however, is with mirror modify, select the other bone, and then I cannot paint here, but I can paint the other side. So this will symmetrize to the other side. So here we just get some waves here, and maybe I want to have more influence in the mouth corner for some reason. I don't know, intuition. And then blur. Yeah, no, we need to blur that because see, it's okay. That sounds good enough for the retakes here. But I wasn't able yet to fix the nose deforms. It's already like that on. Could it be the shrink wrapping thing? No, I don't think it's the shrink wrapping thing on the muzzle, but it. Shrink wrap muzzle ghost. Okay, so shrink wrap muzzle. Let's copy this thing, and here too. So no, it's not that. Otherwise, it would be seeing. It could be the corrective smooth. It is the corrective smooth. So we forgot to corrective. We were careful. We were careful to not give too much corrective smooth on this part because of the. This is not really a problem. Yeah, it could be a problem because it's. Yeah, maybe we should expand the ghost mesh object to other parts. This doesn't shrink wrap the mesh automatically thanks to this outside inside thing. So this creates a volume box in these special settings where the mesh cannot go inside. So this is outside negative. But it's very low, minimum low, so it's right behind the ghost mesh, the muzzle ghost mesh object. It doesn't, the mesh cannot go too much. Then it is starts to splat into a wall, similar as the ghost mesh object that is like behind it by this distance. So outside means that we can push the mesh outside, but not inside the surface, but the surface is slight behind this. And then we have another one which does the inverse, which inside. So this means that the mesh cannot be dragged outside of the surface, but this inside, but we can move it inside to the infinite. However, it has a negative value. So this means that inside positive, actually inside negative is towards here. So imagine the ghost mesh object here, somewhere like very distant, or somewhere like here. So it's a negative, and then we cannot push the mesh outside and cannot push the mesh inside. But because combining those two, this makes a safe region, like a box volume that we don't see, but it's like this shape behind and in front, and there's a box volume. So anywhere in between that, inside that box volume, there won't be shrink wrapping. But as soon as we touch the walls, exterior or interior wall that are set by these settings here, outside, inside, and the offset, then it starts splatting. So this means that we can have the nose here safe if I had if I improved the ghost mesh object here, and it will just be yeah, because I'm afraid that perhaps in some deforms we might see this, the mesh splitting, like not splitting, but yeah, some part will shrink wrap and the other not, so this could be ugly. And if we just continue, maybe it'd be better, but other problems can occur. So I'm not sure, that's why I've decided to make that. This, I think the Universal Sonic melt rig also has the muzzle not include the, actually I can check this right now, I think it includes the, so there are screenshots, a very inspiring content, so I'm always showing it. It doesn't seem to include the, if there is a nose, yes, there's a nose. I don't know from where the nose appears, but yeah, so it includes the nose ridge, folks. Except that the nose, yeah, the nose of Sonic or this character would be somewhere like here, like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle muzzle. Yeah, the nose will be somewhere like an olive, black olive will be spawning from the middle of that nose ridge, not exactly at the end. So yes, this means that probably, of course, my nose is different here on this character, so it's not the same problematics, problem, exactly the same at least. Maybe we can do that, yeah, maybe we can do that, yeah. Alright folks, so we'll try that later anyways. So if we see something wrong about the deforms there, so it was the corrective smooth problem, and we need to, where it is, yeah, so I need to go and vertex groups here. This modifier is here, so face, except that is no more face, this is muzzle, so I'm afraid that we'll have, yeah, first let's change here, it needs to adapt. Alright, first thing, otherwise it wouldn't work, it's not automated. If we check the model, the vertex group, it doesn't include that, and there's a reason why not. It's because I didn't want to affect the nose. However, now I'm having this problem, and of course this is happening so happily because apparently I forgot to get this right, smoothed out, yeah, smoothed out here, alright, on the lips, but then forgot to apply it here, right? So need to smooth that out, so there's gonna be retakes here. Okay, I'm ready on a serious mesh selection here. I'm not gonna expand this, but yeah, it's dangerous to wave paint this like that. Let's start using what we already have here, folks. So we just blur this out, and let's hope that this will be enough. Yeah, so what happened is that I didn't have the good understanding about the vertex groups applied to object modifiers, meaning that I didn't know that actually it is a good idea, a good strategy to actually like wave paint these vertex group targets. So here you see, and not get it like just assign everything to one, or yes, you can make layering assignments, but on edit mode, but then that compensates for this another alternative from what I'm doing now. But this wave painting sets the influence in a larger, like it's in a upper hierarchy than the object modifier itself. So it's kind of crazy because it doesn't appear as a, it doesn't show as an influence in the object modifier, but it works like in bound constraints, right? But it works exactly as a, as that an influence. So this is a more abstract thing, right? I think, and so that's why I never got this right to understand, and now this is why this was lacking. I should have done as soon as I created the object, the object modifier, and set these waves, right? Already solved this smoothness, right? And here there's some things that I sort of disagree with how I've set this up. So let's. The nodes need a, yeah. So it's much better now. Yeah, we kind of solved the problem. Still some issues, so maybe we should include. So let's expand this thing, right, folks? And yeah, it will be okay. So to accept those things, we've gone that far up, right? So why not getting here? We will consider more developments on that later. I don't know up to where this corrective needs to go. So that's it. That is the problem, folks. I assigned here then everything got red, so maybe I did wave paint, and then so I have to use this as a mask actually. Wow, I nearly destroyed everything. Right? Yeah. So very dangerous, very important to know. So we must be careful about this thing too. So when creating this, we can start by a generic assignment, right? But then we need to, as soon as we assign to start it with our work, unless we are doing like more mechanical stuff, right? Getting vertex groups on edit mode, like layering the. I'm not doing now because this will. I'm not showing now because it will ruin my selection, but yeah, get this one, then wave paint, assign a value on edit mode, then select another and assign another weight, so you get layering of the waving. It's very organized, but it's difficult to make in this kind of situation I have here. It would not be ideal. So it's now okay. That, yeah, the bad thing is that it does make some character design transformation to the nose, and this is what I didn't want. So, but at least it's a regular smoothing. Yeah, so it's not the end of the world. We'll try out to find out. The problem is that it's not something I need to correctly smooth the hole's muzzle, but something was left behind here. There we go. But there's not a ridge end here, like, right? So this is why. So maybe I can blur more of here. Yeah, we can, because maybe this influence is just too strong. Let's try to do something here to work on that. Yeah, push this like, and not sacrifice too much the muzzle, that part, just a little, just enough, right? So that we get, then we can do this more radical thing. Those are nearly zero waves, so okay. It works, and we can always try to reset the puzzle. Maybe there are other things influencing, but that works for me, folks. We solved the problem, so we must be very careful just to stop assign those things because we are working with more sophisticated vertex groups for the object modifiers. Even for the shrink wrapping there are this kind of influence, so this is very interesting. Oh, now it's not okay, so it was just posing. Alright, even better then, we were able to solve it and now everything smooths. We are getting pretty advanced in this thing, folks. Let's see for these deforms. I'm starting to see light in the end of the tunnel at this point. Okay, we don't need the controllers. We need to work with the tweaks now because all the tweaks, I think not all but some, had the shrink wrapping bound constraints, but they were disabled. So these are for the profile. Now profile, okay, now profile, okay, this big stuff outside of the lips. Okay, so we have some issues here, but yeah, deforms, we need to assess that. Then control lip, I see. So this was for drawing the shapes of the lip, but at the same time they are carrying the, at the same time that, yeah, they are tweaks for the this and they are tweaks for this. I'm not seeing the, okay, they are here. All right, they were hidden, so let's unhide everything. The question now arises, should we shrink wrap these bones, because for posing circumstance, yes, we probably should get these ones to, so here too we can, so this probably should go at 0, because even if they shrink wrap, they cannot carry the other bones with them. So the structure, I see what's happening here. So folks, now we're starting to get in some design problem here of the tweaks, because I'm using the same tweak for this and this. Their positioning, however, okay, this one is shrink wrapped anyways. The tweak for the lips, for this one, it is going somewhere else. So this, perhaps I'll need to reposition. Oh, because I've repositioned. Okay. So this must match my original strategy. We're gonna make it different this time, folks. I want to place this spline, this control point, let's say like that, not in here. It's displaced because we changed this, make some retakes here. We need to, then we can think of the shrink wrapping of this if ever it would be required. It will probably be required because these shapes for posing, just for posing control, we don't want this, we want to draw on a surface that is real, and so the ghost mouth shape is real in the sense that we won't be able to pose this inside. It will be like a 2D drawing of the mouth, but the problem that I was facing is that this is supposed to draw the mouth, the shape of the mouth hole, the drawing, but the drawing, when you draw a cartoon ellipse, you don't start drawing from the outside of the ellipse, right? Sometimes there's not even ellipse on the character, so the drawing line is not there behind in the beginning of the ellipse from inside, nor from the beginnings of ellipse from outside, but somewhere in between. So we could use these spaces to draw these shapes. Although not ideal, it's very approximate. We can use, here we don't have a middle term, so we have to, okay. So this will get very, very interesting, folks. I had this in mind, and now it's time to set it. So we'll use the middle here. The parentings of this bone is already set. So these splines of the ellipse profiles, B-bone splines of the ellipse profiles, they are already, at least the splines, they are parented to this bone, and this bone is parented to something there. So this already sets a new situation. Here it's a bit more complicated. The middle is just annoying, but you just need to know where's the middle one. So we pick here, and we cannot place them exactly in the middle, otherwise we'll not be able to pose. So we are going to just make some snapping, but hold on, we need to snap to cursor, but not on, on Z, SXZ0. We see that it is actually SZ0, no, okay, GZ0, no. Can we snap to cursor? There is something, no. Okay, so but yeah, we can do this, and then we just move to the side. All right, that works. This doesn't need to be anywhere precise, so we can do this method. So what is it? We snap to the okay, we get it here. I don't know, I'm not sure if I snapped in the right place. Anyways, we get this here, we get this. Okay, now that we snapped, we do this, we put it there. Okay, then we move it to the side. Wrong bone. So okay, get this two. Where is the, okay, they are stacking here, just one is enough, but it is okay. Make sure it's the left one. Shift S cursor, move it aside. Here we go. And then at any position there, the side is okay. Now let's do this for the other. Make sure it's aligned like that. I think this was an align also. Yeah, slightly unaligned, that's fine. Alright, then we get, just to make sure, this spline, then go to 8 and then move aside, and then for the matching positions we could say this, and then we pick this and SX0, no, SX0, There we go, there we go. Great, but some bone got lost in the process. All right, so just get this again. I think this is the centralized one, so this is, oh no, this is correct. It goes there because this one can be centralized, and this one is for the lip up. Okay, no, we are revision. This is not required. This was there for shrink wrapping, so we're not accessing the tweak bones. So it's not exactly, it's a master tweak, a main tweak bone. It's more important. So it goes exactly in the middle as the others were doing. I'm gonna save here because this will be the central. It controls both, right? The cool thing is that yeah, this is required because these splines, because there's the mirror and there's the clipping region. So if we have this, we have better controls of drawing this thing. You see, we can have a single spline crossing, but this is bad for wave painting, and so yeah. However, hold on there's another method I was forgetting, folks. I haven't tried that actually. There's a third method, folks, of doing that, which is instead of having divided splines like that, it's which are each one go from one side. They there is a spline here that handle that connects the two, so the sequence actually is either, okay, so you have a sequence that is like from one side to the other, or looping like circular or something like that. So I haven't tried that. Maybe that works. The disadvantage that we have something like this at the end, but we won't have this subdivision power here. Not that this is particularly interesting, right? Because it's a too strong split, right? So yeah, this could be good enough actually. So, and there would be a facilitator in that. Is that the problem is that yes, the good thing is that there's a problematic I'm still assessing here, because there's a deformed bone also in the process. It is now, where is it? I think I've lost it. Is that now there's a mouth? So strangely, maybe I have deleted it because, alright, I think I've deleted them, yes, because I wasn't considering wave painting the lips with anything else that wouldn't be the, so this thing, the lips profiles, the solid wave painting for the shaping, morphing the the lips. And here, eyelids, I always say that I've made a tutorial with eyelids, and so now eyelids, the eyelids, the ellipse. So here, one problem is that the stretching of the bendy bone splines. Okay, so as you see here, I didn't wave paint the lips, so yeah, this is why I took it off. But I'm also not taking waves from these bones because this can create some issues regarding the interface there. So this is something I need to take note here real quick. This is third way to meet bendy bone splines in clipping region. So mirror. Yeah. So this mean in middle. Yeah, in middle. So this will be the loop or sequence. Well, yeah, not no. It's yeah, sequence or looping sequence. Sequence or animals going clockwise or counter clockwise. It is clockwise. Clockwise. Yeah, that's it. So yes, and then there's the question: does this solve the LBS depth bone in the middle? Problematic. This is very interesting for me, at least. So let's get some soundtrack I'm listening to, folks. We are reaching finally. Okay. Yeah. Because I've nearly done everything that I wanted so far. We need to so I'm completing the tweaks. Okay, so the tweaks, not of the muzzle of the lips, are in relation to this, was that it, and to this, was that it yet. So we are remaking the repositioning this for the shrink wrapping things, shrink wrapping pattern. So this is old, we're getting it to function. Okay, so here we see there's a problem, is that for drawing the lips, this is not exactly positioned where we would like to. So maybe in this case we should redraw this. Yeah, we could consider exceptions, actually everything as exception. This is not a position, right, that it's really okay. This is close enough, so accurate enough, so you see. But there, these ones are probably not gonna be very useful. We want to draw the things from there, right, folks? So maybe we should be a bit more creative about this stuff. And this means that we don't want these tweak bones to be matching. So since these are tweak bones that are for, like, they are, so so this is the lower lip. We'll put all of them stacking the same spot. Wrong spot. But what they do is the same thing. It's like this takes the bottom, this takes all, and this takes the top. So it's offset, so it's not big deal. The important thing is that, well, actually, the major one, I'm not sure. Let's see for the others how that works. So see that. So can we draw the shape of the lips with this? From a front view, for example, with those stick bones. Okay, we see that I'm snapping. No, what's happening here? Is there some problem with the mouth ghost? Probably. Okay, so we see that this doesn't seem to be helping too much. Of course, we need to reposition we need to reconstruct the remake the binding post state of these splines here for the 2D mount. So from the frontal view, in order for that, of course, it's not matching. Here it seems to be matching, but I think the shrink wrapping does wrongly. So we need perhaps to make some sort of strong matching between this thing. So I have an idea, folks. We cannot use, I want to map exactly some point in the middle. Maybe we should set these splines. Yeah, the problem is that it's not possible at this point, or very hard, because in one hand I want the profiles to form the shape of the lips on this rest position. This means that by using two splines, not necessarily the handle will eventually meet in the place that draws the line. So this means that if I wanted to have this perfect curve, this meeting is wrong actually. Yeah, so we need to, but we don't have a spline there in the middle. So what we need to do is, I see what I need to do. So we are going to prioritize now. So cannot have, I think this doesn't work, folks, but let's try. Maybe maybe I'm wrong about this. Let's use a copy location with a for that bone, that spline, but we'll use this thing here. So it will, I think it's going into, yeah, because of the parenting offset, it got into an infinite loop. So yeah, unfortunately we cannot use this. So this feature, unless we made the deconstruction of that, and that will be too complicated, and it will be much easier, I think, to have a it will be much easier to have just a offset by on rest pose, right, rest position. So we need to displace this to a position like that, to the lips. It doesn't need to be aligned with this thing. It's but we want to at least to try to get something close enough. And then of course there's this orientation. So there's some, yeah, it takes some time, but we'll eventually figure it out. Okay, so the parenting is all set, so we don't bother with that. So this one drawing, so we need to snap this thing to that place. It'll be easy, right? So just get it here, and actually the question is, do we snap at the center? Yeah, so the problem is that this is the real stuff. So yeah, I know. Let's do with the head, right? The head of the bone, right? So because it's a separate case, so we need to do this for all of them. It's already do here, it's closest and similar, so we keep training the process how to do this. So this one is good, so we don't bother. So here, go here and here. Alright, then here we don't have the proper thing, so we will need to pick, ready, get both of them, push this somewhere like here, and from here perhaps, then we want to snap this to this. This will snap, the bendy bone spline will snap later. Then we pick this, just this and this, and clearly move up here. And from this view we set it here, right folks, and then do this, and here snap there, and then only the last one, because it's a relatively simple thing. This is confusing now. Oh no, it's here, all here. Okay, so they all snap here because it's the same thing. For drawing, this is a corner, right? So get this, we can snap this there, and we can snap this there. I think this is correct, right? That's it. Now we don't need to look for the ellipse profiles anymore, not these things. We just need to adapt the, okay, no mesh. Don't want to snap anything to the mesh, so just snap this, enable this, snap this. The orientations, I think they are basically the same, so we don't touch. And here we go. Here, of course, yeah, maybe we need to touch here. At least this one seems to be a bit chaotic, so let's try to improve it. Here also, yeah, I need to check this from various angles. Seems to be good. Yes, yes, this is working. Okay, as said, from various angles. Now here, this bendy bones has no influence on the lips, because I'm afraid, but we're gonna check if this makes any difference. So here I see it's a bit offset, but let's keep it in relation to the mesh, but let's keep it like that. So this we could have, now let's keep it like that. Because one thing would be the anatomical results. Alright folks, and now we need to reassess this bendy bone spline. Let's reset them. It's from the exterior to the interior to the exterior. Now, the idea is that the tweak bones that now control, that always control, right, those structures, the melt on the z axis and the melt on the z axis, this will be the profiles, right? And the y axis, then I'm talking about world space in that analytic case. We see that we have immediate change that we dislike, because this is because the mouth is moved, the lips are moving, so this is not good for the shaping that we want, because it offsets the mesh already from the start. So this is annoying, but we see that we can get it back somehow. But it's not, yeah, we need to revise that, how to perfect this shrink wrapping effect. But you see I can draw, sort of draw the line of the mouth, the mouth contour, right? This part here with this system. So this is sort of proven. If it weren't for the shrink wrap automate, yeah, so I took off the shrink wrap system, and now I am drawing these lines with some accuracy. One reason I'm not being able to draw them with accuracy enough, and this is something that I think is dangerous, but if it got wrong we can easily fix it. Is that, well, this is very, very good actually. We're getting to even, yeah, here I don't have the shrink wrapping, but it doesn't matter. Immediately this for testing it seems good. Another option would also be to retract this thing as in scale, right? So for example, I'm not sure, let's try that, right folks? First let's rehabilitate the shrink wrapping. Oh, not every. Okay, there's a problem now, is the shrink wrapping of the control of these tweaks, right? So let's assume, yeah, all the shrink wraps are set, but let's take the tweaks, the controls and the tweaks. Actually, no, this is, yeah, master tweaks. This is also a tweak main. Yeah, this is wrong, but that's fine. We'll try to solve it later. So we get this and this. The problem here is that these shrink wrapping things, we need to reassess them. It's all outside and it's 0. So the idea is that this would never be immediately affected by, we need to test. So because they are not driven by this, but just to make sure, right, we select all the tips. These ones, they don't need shrink wrapping, because if they are parented offset to it and they start already on their, yeah, so it was good that their head is there. So this was not a this was accurate, good setup. So this means that they will travel offset if these get shrink wrapped. If they change position on poles, I do see it here. So no risk here, no need to shrink wrap these, but need to shrink wrap these. They are too basal, they are forming the shapes of the lips in 3D space, and so this is why they need accurate shrink wrapping. This is not for forming shapes, this is just for posing, and it will help forming shapes eventually, but can be annoying too for forming shapes, but it's necessary, it's required. So what we need is to get all of them to 0. Yes, that's it. So an outside, so I want to pick all the handles which contain, of course, the shrink wrap bound constraint, only the ones that contain. So we're gonna, yeah, actually I don't want the mouth, these ones, this will interfere with my, because I think they have shrink wrapping, and this could be, or do they, maybe they have, I don't, let's see, I don't remember. What about the tweaks? What about their tweaks? Yeah, their tweaks are here, so no need to. I don't see any shrink wrapping bound constraints, so okay, they are free, that's fine. So, but we'll hide that anyway, we don't need this stuff. So it's just Now again, the handles, we are going to the shrink, to click one to have the shrink wrap. We're gonna turn them off. Now you got to select all the tweaks, and these ones too. I don't remember if this has shrink wrap. Yeah, they have, and it's all 0. Okay, so they are similar position. That's fine. We are going to get, because it's for posing, it's important that the 3 of them, the 6 of them, right, they get the same shrink wrap to the ghost mesh object. Alright, now it's the great moment, of course. Okay, so there are, even with the outside at 0, they already are suffering. So this is a problem that shows that perhaps there's perhaps a reason for that. So this needs to be done by so there's a reason for that. Maybe when I created the mouth, you see that, okay, the mouth in the ghost muzzle ghost, right? Let's see, I've duplicated. All right, then maybe I've made change to the mesh. Yes, I've made change to the mesh, so we'll have to okay, I see what happened, folks. We made change to the mesh here, probably some details, some adjustments, and then we might have to retake the ghost mesh. But the real problem is that I had wave painted some modifier of the muzzle ghost, corrective smooth, for example. Well, it has got vertex groups, but we must perhaps remake them. Maybe we made some. So I see we need to update this thing, right, folks? So what is hide lip stop to start with? It's a node system, all right. Yeah, so it has no mouth. So I started to think it was that this thing was protruding too much. Could be. So maybe we should be very careful about this and get this behind. Yeah. But also, yeah, let's see the wave painting of all that, right, folks? So yeah, all these are regular stuff. We need to, you see this is old, we need to update. And then we have the corrective smooth, which, well, will be updated by, alright folks, so gonna delete all this. So there's nothing special here, nothing really important in terms of vertex group. It's just the mesh, so it's much simpler. That will be interesting, folks. So, oh, and there's the mouth. But now I have a new strategy for the mouth. So what we're gonna do, folks, is we are going to, yeah, this process is simple, must be done over and over again. What is not simple is creating the ghost mesh object for the first time, because you need to. So we're gonna pick the yeah. So hold on. What is the ghost mesh object? Is all that. This time we'll include the. We'll include. Okay, it's all. No, it's not included. We include the nose too, and if it's bad, we take it off. So no big mystery here, folks. Is just copy paste here with some attention, some skills here. So we're gonna pick this, we're going to include some additional face loops that might help. Then we, yes, this is good enough. Okay, we hide that first. Then we probably, yes, so I hide this. I don't want this face loop. It's too close to the, yeah, and here that is fine. This we hide. We can hide that. And then we probably can also hide this, and that red part I don't think is required. So we pick this. So it's a bit of work. Then Shift D, then P to separate selection. Then we have this extra object. We're gonna pick it, then select the muzzle ghost. But now this is the active. We select the muzzle ghost. Then this. Then select again the with control. Okay. It's the shift that it keeps the first one active. So this must be very careful. So now this is the active. That's what we want. So control join. What this makes, unfortunately, well, there's a reason for that, but there's no last operation adjustment. So this is annoying. We need to, at least we got the shrink wrap. Well, the modifiers are retained. However, here we might need to readapt. So materials, yeah, materials, we don't need any materials. Okay, remove unused slots, no. Yeah, maybe this will automate, yeah, that's good. Then make sure you are on the right object side, otherwise this will be very destructive. And yes, we are on the correct, the muzzle ghost we see here. So we need to set, yeah, so we need to preserve, okay, those regions are not important, so we can, yeah, actually yeah, this is, I remember this part needs to find a way for that to facilitate this thing. The problem will be when we need to lock, so start to unlock stuff, right? So shrink wrap muzzle, no, it's not that. It's the only thing we need is the corrective smooth muzzle. So we lock, then we need to find the mount profile vertex groups, deform stuff, mount side, because these deform. So okay, depth nose, we need to rename in a way that this will be okay. Rename, they're very important, folks, for, okay, this is, many things here are very checked. So rename bones for vertex groups. Okay, so this is optimization when joining. That's it. So let's go back, folks. We need now to get continuing locking those things. Yes. Lips profiles. No, this is not lips up, lips. Actually, this, yes, we made wave painting there. Lips up, bendy bone. Yeah, wrong naming there. Also needs, except for the profiles, well, because there's no mouth, Yeah, there'll be no, yeah. So yeah, the profile is really not needed. Even though they take some waves there, we're probably gonna, all the mesh of the, we'll make sure we'll delete properly so nothing will be affecting. Well, let's keep it just because I'm not totally sure. So leap a profile, then that it will be redundant. So leap down, then I think that's it. Anything else? Jaw, yes, this is, then talk about room. Orbicular is okay, then head. Yeah, we should have something like deaf head mouth. Uh, or just deaf mouth. No, head, yeah. Deaf arm, alright. Or get some new number there, right? Yeah, number would be better. To start with the, I don't know, the head, then everything is for the head. Yeah, good stuff. To remember, arcade. Now this is the mouth interior, so this is the bottom mouth down, just probably wrong controllers, right, folks? Let's see. If you go on wave paint, control V up, yeah, some mistake perhaps. So now batch delete all unlocked group. That's all we need. We get this vertex group here. We go here and that modifier, we don't make any change to this. So immediate adaptation, no big deal. Now, however, this shouldn't have solved our problems. Okay, the armature is as it is. Maybe we need to reuse this, right, folks? There's also a case of subdivision here. Let's try to mimic everything. So I'm gonna save here, new, because we're getting very far ahead now. Now this is muzzle goes maintenance. We need to see what the corrective smooth for mouth does for muzzle, actually, as we are counting. So it does 1005 1 only smooth. Okay, but yeah, easy, just swipe here to here. What about the subdivision? Three, all limit, blah blah, use crease. There's no auto smooth or custom normals detected disabled. I don't know what's that. No problem here though. No, same things. Okay, don't then use crease. Okay, never mind. That shouldn't be affecting, I hope. I don't see any problem with that personally. Maybe there is. So here, okay, 1000, 151, 151, just to have a perfect, better matching, just in case. Then all that seems identical, and the subdivision that goes after. All right, folks, now this is a better matching. Now we are gonna test the, okay, so this is not over because we need to, now this is the retake that we need to do for the mouth ghost. It's a bit annoying. There's the old one, right? So there are two things here. So this is the new one, this is the old one, and as you see there is some, we need to delete the old mesh. We can retain this, maybe it will be useful. reuse it. Yeah, so you see, we want to make this right. Is that the blue area? I believe it is of the original. Yes, so hide that, hide the body. Alright, so we could consider, yeah, so this is seem to know that is the, it's still the, so this area, because there are the lips, maybe we want it to be slightly behind the normal. This means that we will make some bridge edge loop here, and if that means that the mouth could be able to go behind this, it's a bit risky, but we can always retake. Maybe this could be a bit smoother that way. We could have more subdivisions too, but I think that it's already with subdivisions, that should be fine. We are with proportional editing, I think. Now we are. So just very no snapping. Yeah, we want just to affect this mesh here, so we get this slightly that. Yeah, so you see it slightly gets, and then from a front view what we got, yeah, it's a bit disorganized, and then unfortunately it start to smooth everything, so this is not exactly what we wanted in the beginning, but won't be like the end of the world, right? So it's like we are smoothing, but then what is that? Maybe some posing. That's all right. And also we need to get this and get it to reassess the. Okay, so probably we lost in this process many. So you see, here's a little input that survived. So this is why yeah, it was a good idea to keep them. Then yeah, so the profile has some slight influence still, and then all the others. So, and this is the muzzle. So here we get, I don't know what, I think this is just some posing that we forgot. So all right, so get this we gonna add to this, although it's not absolutely required, but I think it will be valuable. Just unlock and smooth this. Yeah, this could be smooth, like totally, yeah. So even Shift K, that's it. Alright, now it seems to be solved, and now we have the ghost mesh ready. There is an idea I seen in his documentation of the universal sonic mouth reading of, perhaps, I don't know how he did that, but perhaps rescaling down this, maybe even the object, I don't know, could be helpful, but I don't know how to scale that. Maybe, do we have some scaling bound constraint, like change scale, like already from pose mode. There's another mechanism that does that. Maybe something. Yeah, I need a switch to. Like, I don't want to destroy its scale. I want to. Yes, ideally we should just apply scale, right? So, for example, I get this. Not ideally, but then it's applied, and to get it back, I'm not sure. So it's locked for now. Another option is doing this, but then we don't know how much we scale down. Well, I can know if I give myself some note, like it's like so if we scale down, we see that all the mesh will so maybe this will prevent. Okay, so sometimes it's happened for no reason. We're going to go back here. Okay, we got back to normal. That cannot understand what's going on, but here we go back on our armature, and we're going to reset all the bones. Let's see now for the tweaks, remembering that we have turned off yes, so the shrink wraps here are turned off, but for the tweak bones they are. So apparently it's much better now. You see how so this is nearly acceptable. These are turned on, right? So of course this is happening because of these shrink wrap bone constraints. This is why scaling, there's many use for that. So let's see, tweak one, and actually main tweak and tweak there. So go here, then turn off and change. You see, barely. And as we turn on, yeah, so there's some change. It's not this is acceptable. The problem is that to be more perfectionist actually, but it's because drawing this, my idea of drawing the lips, right, the shape of the mouth contour with the bendy bone splines was my conceptual approach. And if we can't do that, then we are not. Yeah, it's like a loss in quality of the rig. So I wanted like something really good, and because there's this 2D basis, but now even though it's not very, they will never be exactly right drawing, but we can approximate. This approximation is good enough. At least we have the mouth moving. So let's go on and activate the lips profiles, and yeah, this just re-enable. Let's see if okay, there's some change, but that's okay. We can read pose, and let's assess. So without having wave paint the lips with this, we have great power here at our hands, folks. Still quite far from the cartoon expressions that I wanted, that I still want. But in terms of mouth rig, let's say, from the experimental basis that we start with, this is actually quite good, right? So I have an idea to improve this. That would be like, I want to see what if if I have we can make some very uh, crazy expressions already with this. It's just not the style that I want yet, but some, I think it's about the lips, folks. It's the, like, it's just these lips are just too realistic for this character. They are good to be like that on certain poses, but for the majority of case it doesn't match the character design that I am looking for. We can also show already a mouth interior, right, to combine this stuff, and then of course start to complexify the rig. Of course there are be many ways to achieve this, right? But so the top teeth, we can scale this on some. Yes, so this is quite, I'm quite confident that this method would work very well for lots of characters in 3D. Of course, I'm not. It's not complete, right? But it works. So that was. I think this could be the end of this mouth rigging craziness. I finally reached the point that I can make crazy good looking mouth expressions. Okay, we need the other tricks at this point, so we can you see where is the maybe we have some problems here. I don't know. Hold on, let's yeah, we got some things to care about here. Oh, I see. Without looking at the bendy bones, it's hard to see what's going on still, because the controllers aren't. Okay, so we have some, after there's a reassessment of the wave painting, there are control rig things that we need to improve, right? But in principle, it's already working to make. Okay, there's a tongue rig we don't have, but the principles we are trying to use, for example, certain for the lips profiles and the drawing of the mouth with this 2D mouth, this is some idea in the cartoon, right? This is good enough for a tutorial actually, but I'm not. Okay, so folks, what I think could solve, and there is it's way more than that. We can set the profile of the lips differently. We can reshape them in many ways. So yes, there are still problems in the side, in the lips corners, how the rig develops altogether, but there are some functionalities or easy functionalities that I kind of lost. Let's see. But it's quite pleasing the way we can pose, right? So I'm quite surprised at this point, but of course still there's the character design problems. Yes, mouth rigging, then it's quite a thing. big challenge, very complex, many possibilities, and I am still far from the ideal, but not so far actually. If I can just solve this. Yeah, for me the worst thing is not even that I'm not be able to do some like put them out exactly everywhere, but we can have some ways to do some. Yeah, but the form is so it's not exactly that, or that I cannot still make a gigantic mouth. It would be okay just to have something like that for this character. Uh, but we can, yes, we can make some. Of course, here at the point, these controllers are bad. They don't have good manipulations of the. We need these ones, I believe. Yeah, we need other tweaks, so we need a better control rig for those things. But the forms in general, they, yeah. So I believe the big problem for me is not all that, is that I'm still not able to get the expressions, the cartoon expressions that I would like to. And I think a great part of the culprit is that the lips that I've made, they are too realistic. And they may look good under rest position, the binding rest pose, but as soon as we start deforming, it kind of loses the characteristic of this character, of Dorothy, and because it has a lot of influence of anime and some cartoons that, yeah, do no need to be sexy like that, and or yeah, appealing. It's a different appeal, right? It's stylized. It doesn't need this realism of the lips that we can have here. But I was very concerned about the quality of the lips. Realism, not realism, but yeah, I mean the shapes. So this is why you have the. This will be a massive work to solve in terms like making a tons of shape keys, or this is posing and making pose assets. So and to think about it, I cannot imagine so many different shapes of eye lips that would require lots of tweaking, lot of pose for the lips profile, right? But we can, so at least they work as a way to preserve the shapes of the lips in many poses. And of course we can probably use this to make a kiss shapes like this. Let's see. Yeah, you just have to draw, right? It may be, yeah, I took off one spline, so it's not, of course, maybe not only one is required, and it's important that the anatomy of the lips is good. It's not exactly the case for the rest position which I had here. Of course, it's not just one, we need to, so if we were to pose this manually, this will be very complicated. So this would be more like preparing all this in an automated way. But it is a successful proof of concept, you see, that we can preserve the lips on with this stuff. And this works along with collapse, with shrink wrapping things. But yeah. So this organization, yeah, so you see, we can make cool lips shapes. I don't think this will be posable on an armature deform rig without this kind of things very easy. Yeah, maybe certainly there are rigs that can do this, and shape keys can. So let's assess this one. Maybe this one has some surprise for us. So there are some questions about how useful is this thing for lips, because I lack perhaps creativity right now to make different lips posing, right? But it is versatile, it is powerful, it's a bit funny, right? We can this could be also developed in other ways, so yeah, we can also use symmetrization, but because we can draw these smooth without shapes without posing lots of uh, deformed bones, this can be done like in a system of curve, but it's not like easily done. It takes some time, but it's precise. And so so here I have some strange expression, a duck expression. Yeah, but so I suspect that I need to change the lips design of my character, so that when we deform the mouth to get something more regular and that doesn't require all that tweaking. So as a proof of concept, I'm very satisfied that we retain many things from this, folks. Probably be continuing tweaking this live stream, so I'm not finished with this. We still have improvements that can the quest is not over yet, but we certainly need to, yes, I'd like to see if there are perhaps some other alternatives to the profiles. And yes, the character design, which is the ultimate mission for the expressions. I need to split the project. Yeah, this will hurt a little because it means I'll have to retake those things all over again. I need to make I need to research how to make the kind of cartoon lips that I want. So I need to take some reference, folks, before I come back to this. Otherwise I'll be looping around a lot of works. But I can showcase certainly the achievements here. And yeah, but it's not ready. But it's already very powerful. So I wasn't expecting like to get today these things how to work together, but because the conceptualization was correct in many ways, it was possible. So we ended up with a solid, although incomplete, sort of incomplete mouth rigging. And if the controllers were a bit better, it will be kind of very funny to... It's already funny to pose this character, right? The mouth shapes. You see that certain more regular mouth shapes look beautiful in this character, but in my opinion, right? And then at some point, yeah, because this will be more regular 3D, and then at some point we just can't get the expression solved for cartoonistic details that I would like to. And then if we go for the 2D, this profile has the thick lips. Let's take this off, and so this is the most immediate way to draw the mouth, right? So I need to give strength to the, yeah, it's not horrible, but I need to give strength to these features here, folks. Maybe posing this would be better if even I have an idea here, maybe this should push aside the mouth lip. We have some cool stuff going on actually. On a less exaggerated expression, at least we are getting good shapes, but then it's always the lips which are too large, that expand too much, and maybe this could be controlled with the stuff there, that the lip profile curves, but in general, the pattern that is happening, that the lips deform in ways that are not in the direction, right, of the character design that I want rigged animated. So we want to, yes, revise lips for cartoon and see if anyone has a 2D style that can match what I want. But I'm certain now that I need to retake the, yeah, this will be big. So lips, 3D lips must be, yeah, character design must be rethought from scratch. Research, good. And then there is this idea of using linear blend skinning. Maybe this helps, I don't know. Maybe it has nothing to do, but maybe it's more about the shapes. There is a possibility that spline skinning itself is, or the way I'm using it's ruining, so maybe this word, this goes together with this. No, it's not. Yeah, linear amount of measurements for lips, yes. Lips mesh connect to the face, I don't know, but anyways, this is related. Research good 3D per design for this style matching, plus verify linear simplified linear blend skinning lips rig. That's it, folks. Let's see just what I've achieved in terms of text, right? These notes that you can see. Let's see what we achieved this time. So reassessment, lips gradual shrink wrap, bone constraint. Yeah, we did that. So the splines, the profiles, right? It worked. So double check. This was great. Real offensive lips profiles. Okay, we did. Wave paint lips with mouth control. This we didn't do, folks. So maybe I should. Don't think that would help, but who knows? This is interesting. Could try. Should try. I need to try this maybe next time. Yeah, next time. Probably reassess shrink wrapping method with infinite and vertex loop. Exactly. So double check that really worked, and we made way more things, right? But yeah, so that's it. These two big, or more than two big things here, and so this allows us to say that this meld rig could be used, folks. So we are now entering a new stage where I'd say that my proof of concepts were mostly test, the original ones, and I can say that I know how to make a 3D melt rig in Blender with spline skinning with some cool features, very cool features, jaw rigging, all that. I should make a tutorial about that, but there's some stuff that I need to research still to improve, new implementation, new perfections in this. But then the quest for the most important thing for me was not learning mount rigging, generic mount rigging, is to the adaptation challenge. So we are continuing on that, and I hope as we go I keep evolving this thing and make a few more doing more proof of concepts, but we're following a specific direction, and I think I'm almost there, but I need to find out the lips problem for cartoonists, the 2D style that I want. And I think it all revolves on how I'm shaping the lips, the rest position for it, the mesh, and then that's it. I need to understand how certain cartoons deform in 3D for the lips, and that's it. And maybe there's a chance, just to conclude, that we can do all that without the lips profiles. So this is intriguing because lips profiles is, as cool as it is, it's tricky, it's complicated, and yeah, it can be quite complicated to maintain and all that. So research alternative for lips profiles on spline. So just say maybe for 2D cartoon style 3D adaptation, my stuff, yeah. It wouldn't be required. Consider morphs, shape keys, simple morphs, because maybe we don't want to do this with armature deform, right? So for special, yeah, consider shape keys for special morphs. I know what special morphs are. The kiss shape, for example. Alright, then this means that we would even need a good rest position, like half kiss shape and stuff that I tested and that apparently worked, but that then I was having a lot of trouble anyways with the shaping of the mouth around for cartoon expressions. But alright, then we again consider linear blends with for lips with low poly mesh, with very low poly. So I need to do this from scratch. I see this is a good quest. I need to know what's the stuff do, either whatever skinning method, but I need to know what the mesh can do for me in very low poly. Then as we start to complexify with more mesh, then perhaps we can reach what we want. Alright folks, so thanks for watching. I hope to be back here with more stuff today, but this was a major live streaming. So thanks for watching, take care, happy blending. See you soon folks. Hope you enjoyed the content that is being developed here. Experimental organic rigging in Blender, and for cartoony characters that can be applied for other styles certainly in 3D. And so that's it. See you soon folks. Bye.